Hello, everyone, and welcome. We are at the Netrunner London Regionals. Hopefully, everything is looking all right for people at home. Please let me know how things are looking and how the audio is doing. We are joined for round two. Unfortunately, round one has been skipped. These things happen, but we are here now for round two. Let's just get these names updated. Um, let's hope I can remember everyone's name. I believe this is Firefly. Have I got that on the right side? We have. And then we also are joined by not Yeti. And we're going to find out soon what they're playing. And then we will start commentating and seeing what's going on that table over there. In the meantime, some exciting things to share. As some tournament prizes, we have very small here. This is a Mavirus illustrated by Kat Shen, looking beautiful. And I believe this is Imp in the background here. So they are very nice to add to the collection. And then we have a London special prize. This is Illumination with a London city skyline there, featuring the Wayland Bridge, illustrated by AMS, and is the London regional prize for this tournament. So everyone will be walking away with a wonderful copy of Illumination, which is a card that's really bumped into the spotlight recently. So let's see what's going on here. It looks like there is an error with the source. So we're going to go quickly to a technical difficulty, and I'm going to fix that and then come back. Okay, we are back. I think I found the source of the problem, which looks like if you try to plug too many devices into a very old MacBook, then it struggles. So we are back here with some Netrunner. We have got on the table, we have got Not Yeti playing as Melias against a Vic from Firefly. So pretty expected IDs for this tournament. I think there is a feeling that Melies is doing very well, having a great time. It looks like an unsuccessful flip there. So Vic's looking in a pretty good position, having their Dreamnet down already. They've got a Carmen there in front of them. They've also scored 1 point with Let Them Dream already. And then we're not going to know what that card is because we are playing with Altarts here, which make it a little bit more challenging. Let's move a few things around just to make it a little bit easier to see at home. grab this image crop and we'll move it up to the top here. That should be a bit better there. Because we can get a little bit of insight into people's hands here. So on Not Yeti's side, we've missed some of the game so far, so it's a little bit difficult to catch up, but from where we see so far, we've got 2 cards in the remote. So obviously one of these is an upgrade. This could be, depending on the Melior's list, there are some that are playing a bit slow, playing a bit more Glacier. If I see that correctly, I think that might be a Bite in hand, which is certainly a little damaging. So making a run here on HQ, that looks like a Boto, 2 net damages taken, and choosing here, maybe it's Spin Doctor, maybe it's Bite. Yep, I believe that's a Bite going into the bin to end the run there. Feeling pretty good, I imagine, about getting the 2 net damage in. We didn't quite see what was hit from the cards there. Now, the difficulty with Meliors is if they're playing Charlotte Cassador, and let's bring those up. If they're playing Charlotte, then they're obviously going to sit back. They're going to hope to tick up a Charlotte, let it run for maybe 7, 8 turns, and that's going to give them a lot of power later on. So interestingly, a choice not to res here, which would have been a great way to deny the run, because it also looks like we have chosen Archives each turn so far to try and get something back from Archives. Maybe we want a Spin Doctor so we can shuffle things back and so on. Now building a remote, advancing a card. You can see there is an off-world office in there. Yep. And then also, I believe that's a Spin Doctor off to the side. We're down to 7 credits, so it seems like it would be difficult to res both pieces of ice and an upgrade, but we haven't seen any code gate breaker yet. That is a chess for them. Going to make it easier to run on centrals. Doesn't seem like we have a Hermes yet in order to be able to do something about the advanced card in that server. But this does feel like a slightly early push from Not Yeti, because depending on what the ice is, it might be challenging to stop the runner. What is that? That is a Bite. Wow. Okay, there we go. So Vic may be pretty happy here because, you know, Bite has its negatives, but also it's just value. Draw a card, gain a credit. Draw a card, spend a credit when you remove a tag with Vic. So that Bite's going to fire. I assume we're going to trash that and put it in Archives. And we move over to the Corp turn. I'm almost certainly going to score that out, spend 3, and then we're going to gain 7 from it to get our money back up, and also know that, you know, one agenda is not available for stealing anymore from the runner side. Making a choice here. I think the difficult thing is you need to, at some point, know that the runner can absolutely get through HQ now they've got Kurapira, and they should have enough credits to be able to break it.
YouTube stream is restricted, can't access it. Yeah.
Let me check that out. That might be the old stream.
Yeah.
It shut down and then a new one started. So we've scored out the off-world. So then, yeah, there's a choice here of whether when you know that Vic will have 3 transfer of wealth, and you need to make the choice of when you think one will come up, because that would be a great time to be doing a HQ run and having your Meliors ready for HQ. So we trash a card there. What are we taking back? Taking back a Hands A, just wanting more money. I think that makes sense in his position. Which will be a signal to the runner that Not Yeti does not want to res anything at this moment. So this could be a time to get some pressure in, because losing the opportunity to be able to play the Hands A would put you at pretty low credits and quite far away from getting back to that Hands A review. Drawing to turn, we have Spin Doctor. Now, the Hands A is very nice because you can just throw away an agenda. And that looks like we've got a Charlotte in the remote there. So install, advance, play hedge fund. So not using Spin Doctor at this moment. I guess when there's no need to, then you don't need to right now. But it is difficult to say whether you want to. I guess if you're Vic here and you are going to make a run to try and make that Spin Doctor go away, you're better off running Archives because they might pop the spin, and this way you'll definitely get a successful run trigger for your DreamNet. I'm not sure if the card that is next to DreamNet. I would guess it's an altar of the Class Act, but it's not one I'm familiar with. We've got another altar here. This, I have no idea what that is. Oh, maybe it's the twinning. Has a counter, yeah, made a run on Archives to charge the twinning. The twinning is going to be very useful in allowing Firefly to be able to get ahead here and take out some of the threats. I'm thinking here about the choice of Class Act, what they want to take. It must be a very difficult decision. And they were right again on it being Archives. Archives is first revealed. It's a good rule to learn there. Oh no, actually, maybe that was HQ by the looks of it. So what next for the runner here? There is an advanced card in the remote. It might be easy to think it's an agenda. I think we happen to know it's a Charlotte, but it may be that it's an altar that I slightly misunderstood. And it can definitely be a difficult position. Let Them Dream is also a frustrating ice to come up, a frustrating agenda to come up against, because it just means there is less agenda available for you, in order to be able to score the points you want to win the game. Down comes a Paladin. That's going to be great for the rest of the game, giving some economy and value for all of those class acts and etc. And it was in fact a Charlotte. So this is a more Glacier slow Melias. Going to Hanze away something to gain some money. We've got Quran in hand as well as a pretty tough piece of ice. So in this matchup, the difficult thing to consider is with Kurapira, you're going to want to think carefully about whether you install Tattoo Bowler, because giving a counter to Kurapira rather than forcing them to run through Brand 3 times before they can do a bypass, you're definitely going to want to think about that, because if you've got a Tattoo Bowler on the outside and you run out of ice in hand to be able to do anything with it, then they are just going to farm it for counters to get them some late game edge. So we've now got 4 cards in the remote. From the runner side, we know that there's no agendas in there because there is a Charlotte in there, and there's also an unadvanced Charlotte. So therefore, probably the safest thing to assume is that that card at the end there is a Lacosta grid that is going to tick up on next turn. The corp's already pretty rich. So it's working out here how you can find a way in. Is this a clean getaway? Looks like it. Then doing a filter draw and also DreamNet at the end of all of this. But probably what you want to find right now is if you can find a pinhole to take out that Charlotte, that will save you a lot of hard work. But otherwise, just trying to find a bit more economy. It looks like Firefly is a little bit stretched on money right now. Maybe we haven't seen... There might be a class act on the table there with the dice on top. But it looks like we might be wishing we had a little bit more money. And obviously a code gate breaker as well, because there can be some reasonably scary code gates. Ones to think of are Microweb, which isn't going to do a huge amount. I guess you can install a piece of ice from Archives, which could be Cloud Eater. So then you would be able to get the 3 damage from it. You wouldn't then have a code gate though. So it would be nice to have some more ice available. It also depends on what Not Yet is playing here. Some of the decks are playing Unleash as a way to. That's not the Unleash we're looking for. We're looking for this Unleash, which is there are some more tag focused decks where they are using Unleash in order to just do 3 net damage when they need to, res a big piece of ice, and hope that that pushes them forward enough in the game. So run a HQ there. We can see that there are no cards in, no agendas in HQ. So this Charlotte is going to stay very solid for a while because there's no reason to really pick it up for now. Take R2, again, no agendas. Drawing first, then hedge fund, just gain more money, and then probably we're looking at an ice install somewhere, yep. And then making a choice. That looks like a archives card there, which would make a lot of sense with the board state you've got up. Not sure what the best target here is to collect from archives. There is a spin doctor in there, so it might be quite nice to trash the top to go collect it. And obviously also, if people aren't running archives, you can feel a bit more safe about trashing the top card of R&D, as long as obviously it's not on the agenda. Let's take a little brief moment to check out the chat here. We have Impish1. Thanks for running the stream. Thank you for watching the stream. The stream almost means nothing without you guys watching at home, so it means a lot that you guys are checking it out. And yes, good old Imp. Bring Imp back. Imp was nice, but I also love the design on Gourmands, So what has changed here? We have got Tungsten Tailor down. This card, I've been chatting a lot with Dolbo when we were playing on the stream yesterday. Tungsten Tailor is a very, very good card right now. I believe it's 3 influence, which makes it feel like a lot to splash, but the fact that with your Carmen, that gives you lots of ice that now you don't have to do an additional boost to break. The fact that so much ice in the game is 1 or 0 strength means you're probably getting a credit back, so you're probably paying nothing in the long run for the cost of Tungsten Tailor, because you'll certainly earn 3 back. It's just doing a lot of good stuff. 3 influence, but there's also quite a lot of availability, especially when it comes to things like economy, now that Daily Cast is unbanned, that mean that you can afford to save your influence from where you may have spent it on some economy or card draw things, and you can instead find some new tools to play with, like Tungsten Tailor, for example. Now, this is the difficult point in the game. With Vic being behind here, we'd probably very, very much like to find a Hermes soon, because if you let Malaise or any Jinteki that's playing Charlotte Castle pick up for too long, you do get to this point where every server has 2 or 3 ice on it. Everything costs an absolute fortune, and there is just no way to get through. So it definitely looks like in this position, especially with the credit amount there, 24 credits for Not Yet at the moment, which could definitely be very rapidly spent on all of these cards. It's looking pretty favorable for Not Yeti, I would say, unless we see some very fortunate agenda hits and Hermes hits. Looks like we might have a bit of confusion here. Okay, seems like we're all good. Looks like there was a bit of confusion about how much money that card was paying out. Firing here, showing a Semak Salmon, and then taking, I believe that was a bite back to hand. Yeah, just wanting to make HQ a little bit scarier there. Bite is definitely an interesting choice. Often it's probably not winning by a kill. However, there are options where it could happen, but most runners will obviously plan around things to make sure if they hit a Cloud Eater, they think twice about accessing. And obviously they will try and make sure they're in a position where they don't have to take random damage. Okay, so we've got advance here. That is advance 3 times. That is a new Lotus Haze. This is very exciting to see. I haven't seen this card in play yet, and I'm fascinated to see how it works out. This is a new agenda from Vantage Point. You get 3 agenda counters on it, and you can move a res upgrade to the root of another server. So if you're playing Anoetic Void, it's quite nice because they can be almost all the way into a server, and you can go, actually, I'd like to stop this. Whether that's to stop deep dive, whether that's to stop a transfer of wealth, you can just move it over when you need to, and later on you can just spend a counter to move it back where you need it to. Definitely it's a card for things to end the run. If you were instead, for example, moving Adrian Seiss, firstly he can move himself, but also they would probably access Adrian Seiss in your ideal situation. So then the fact that you could move it, you're not going to be able to move it back later. So definitely feels like the main target for this card is going to be Anoetic Void. I wonder if there's a line where you also play Managarm with it as well. But again, Managarm is, if they can afford to get through, they're just going to take it out. So we're going to use the Spin Doctor here to put back a Bite, okay, and a Hedge Fund. Just want more money and a little bit more scariness. And the Hermes is out now, so that's going to change things a little bit. Going to force the Corp to play a tiny bit slower. The Corp is currently on 4 points, the Runner on 2. Runner on 1, in fact, because Let Them Dream is worth only 1 point to runners. And we can see we've got a Fuji in hand. So the question is, do we think we can put that down, start taking it away and scoring it? If the window... The difficult thing with Fuji is, of course, that if you're using just a Costa, you do need to advance it once to effectively declare that it is an agenda to the runner. Making a run here on R&D, and I believe we're just playing them in. Oh, no, in fact, yes, sorry. We're using Eru, a very classic Vic card. Probably for most players' decks, in terms of Vic tag-related tech, you're going to play 3 transfers, and you're going to play 1 Eru. And that's all you really need to make it feel like it's worthwhile, because you can play your 3 Dream Nets to get the extra hidden ability that is hidden on Vic. And then we're going to see, it's going to be 4 cards with all the counters. That would make sense. That looks like a steal there. Unfortunately, it is a Let Them Dream. And there's going to be a bounce back here from this Ice to HQ. Unsure what click this is. We do have a tag, which you're going to want to clear, because otherwise Eru or your twinning is going down. He has spotted the tag that needs to be removed. Very good. And then it's a question of, was this done so that there's a window to play a transfer? However, the transfer would leave you with yet another tag. And I believe this area was played this turn, so it's not going to be something in this timing window. But with the Corp's money right now, their money isn't going up much. The Charlotte has gone, so we're not going to expect it to increase even more. Looking through, we have a flip switch there, which could be quite nice if you see a Cloud Eater come along. It looks like we're thinking about playing it. It is a pretty good insurance. Okay, no, it said we've got Buzzsaw. So we now have a full suite of Code Gate Breakers. Again, Tungsten Taylor here doing a huge bit of work for Buzzsaw, because your Buzzsaw is effectively 4 strength, which helps with a lot of the new code gates, particularly against HB. You've got Sleipnir, where bringing that down to 2 credits to break fully with Buzzsaw is pretty incredible. Then you have also got Gatterfield, which also is a 4 strength, which you bring down to 3 and bring in line. So looking pretty good. And again, it makes a way to run much more efficiently and make much more use out of those Chesva credits you have, especially with the slightly restricted MU that criminals often have. You can play 2 Chesva, but sometimes you want to be playing the card that lets you access multiple cards from HQ. It escapes my mind. we're having a little reader here on Flip Switch. It is a little uncommon. It has some random trace text that isn't really used, but it does also let you jack out. And now, what is this card? I have no idea what this card is. Looks like we're running HQ. Is this a transfer of wealth? First, we do the successful runs for the runner, which is a card, filter, and a credit from DreamNet. Good use of using some tokens on DreamNet here and Class Act just to know whether you've used them or not. Yep, that is a transfer of wealth. So taking a tag here and gaining 6 credits and denying 3, and then we're getting access on HQ. So there's options here for the court, who seemingly has guessed correctly here after seeing the gap open up on HQ. I think they knew that this play was going to come pretty soon. But I guess also you need to stop Eru from being able to access 4 cards total from archives. So, sorry, from R&D. Accessing 1 here, that's a Hanze, and then an Animatic Void. Probably good to trash that now. Oh, no trash. And then a bite. There we go. I believe we're spending for the bite, which is going to put 2 tags on Vic, which means one of them you're going to have to remove naturally. Crashing the bite would make sense, and then those cards come back. Interesting choice to not get rid of Animatic Void there. I guess hoping... Oh, there we go. That's the game already. It was sitting there. I guess Firefly saw that there wasn't many options, needed to find a way through, but also couldn't be certain that it was going to be the winning agenda. So there we have it. That is a win for Not Yeti with a Melia's Charlotte Cassador version with Bran for some ice influence, and then also playing Lotus Haze, which is a nice new include. I'm interested to see how this card develops. It's difficult to say if it's better than some other options, like Prior Negation. But I guess Prior Negation is 1 in the run, whereas if you have the upgrades out, then your Lotus Haze is going to give you more than 1. Let's skip back over to the chat for a second. Lovely stream. Thanks for hosting, says Stealth Angel. Thank you very much. And Evgeny Reznikov, thank you all so for popping by. I hope the quality and things are going well for people. We had a little bit of difficulties earlier figuring out some of the settings to get it all working. It looks like we're in a better place now. Let me just see if I can switch it over, in fact, to a higher bandwidth. Goodness, this has ruined the entire layout. Let me just fix that for everyone. Let's reset that down. Cool. All right, now we have even higher quality. Things are just getting better on this stream. That is it for round 2 of the tournament here for the London Regionals. We've got one more round coming up next, and then there will be a lunch break. So we'll see what comes up in the next rounds. We're not doing any particularly kind of like seeding or anything for the stream table. We are just taking people that are playing interesting pairings, and I guess a little bit more meta-defining pairings, so we can show the kind of content where people think it's going to shape the meta and give people insight into what they might want to be playing at their weekly Netrunner meetups. What I do want to do, I do not have a panel for it, so I'm just going to build it quickly now, is I want to pull up a new panel available so that we can go through the data of the tournament and see what the scores are, see what kind of decks are entering, and have a little bit of discussion with you guys at home about what's going on there. So let me just build that. What do we want? Browser view is what we're looking for. Let's set that up. We'll move this over here. Just adding in all the sources. Sorry, there's been a little bit of a hectic morning figuring all these things out, but we are getting there, getting everything together. Then we don't need that, we don't need that, we need that, we need that, and we can have that. And then we want to add in a new source of a browser source. Browser. That's correct. We're learning about OBS here. We want a window capture. Okay, there we go. We want live streaming YouTube Studio. Let's move this over and get set up so that I can show people what's going on.
Without that,
Yeah. All right, decent over there. Right, grade 4, 1 revised high.
All right, sorry, we are just building it together now. And now we're in a position, let me go find out tournaments.nullsignal games, for those that don't know where they're going. Tournament.nullsignal. All right. Okay. Thank you, D-Law, the hero that let me know that I've just been speaking for about 10 minutes with no audio. Let me give you a quick summary of what I said. The surprising things here are, Kentucky-wise, we've seen 24% distribution. That's expected. However, every single player is playing Melies. Maybe it's because it's a new ID. Maybe because it is better than AUCO. Not quite sure, but we're going to learn a lot about the different options for Melies. Yes, indeed, we have audio now. We're going to learn a lot about the different options for Melies coming up. What else is good to know here? We've got no Nuvum, which is a little surprising. I don't expect to see Nuvum at every tournament, but I would expect to see it more than Vicky and Built to Last, I think, generally. We've obviously got a lot of Ob representing, so we'll learn a lot from that. And then when it comes to Hasbiroids, we have Precision Design, which is probably expected. We have one Poetry, the Poetry that we saw on stream yesterday, playing with Dolbold. One LEO, which will be nice to see what they're doing with that. And then two Fule, which I'm not too sure. We've obviously seen some new scary threats come through, so it'll be interesting to see how they are incorporating those, amongst other cards, into those Fule decks. And then obviously the other news is there's only one MBN, and it is a Nebula deck. Maybe there's a Kill Nebula that's come out. It'll be interesting to see, to find out what's going on with that Nebula deck. But it didn't seem like there was something hidden or super amongst those. So good luck to them. They are the, well, not quite the 1%, but they are the 4% representing as a solo MBN player. And then moving over to the runner factions, we've obviously got a lot more representation of Anik here, which at first I thought was maybe kind of normal. Maybe people are just figuring out what they're playing. Maybe it's a little bit surprising. I would expect to see a bit of a boost towards Vic because he's new, and that's exciting. And you'd expect more people to pick Vic up than they might otherwise normally. So we may see later on that this Vic in a kind of standard tournament drops to maybe about 3. Maybe we see 3 Muesli hats alongside it, and then maybe one Az, one Zaya. When it comes to Shaper, we've got a very split distribution. Someone's trying to figure out Hiram, someone's playing good old Lat for good old value. There are no Magdalenas. 2 Arasana players trying to see if there is space there in complexity to find more efficiency. I've got one Padma that has won a game, and one Tau, just mixing up, shuffling things around. And then, yeah, on the Anik front, obviously Seb, not much has changed for Seb. Seb is just good, has always been good, and is maybe a little bit better now because, at least when it came to Worlds, Seb's hardest matchup was Leo. And now that Leo doesn't have has lost a 3-2 in Luminal Transubstantiation. Transubstantiation? No, I think it's just Transubstation. Now that they've lost that, means that less people are playing LEO and people are playing a bit more wide, a bit more asset heavy. And so Seb is probably looking a little bit more favorable there. And obviously, Lou being the kind of default replacement for Hashiko decks. So, yeah, so if you're playing Mulch, if you're playing Audrey, then Lou is the natural home to move to after Hashiko has gone. And you might find similar or better value. You can also play a smaller deck, and I think some people are playing a kind of Vampire Lou, which, big fan of that deck. It's very fun, it's very fast, very interesting, got lots of choices. And that's kind of the list of what we're seeing. I'm very interested to see this Essa list, because it's a space I want to explore. We've obviously got Essa is coming back with some new stuff. There's new cards. We don't quite know what has changed, but it will be interesting to see how that develops. So we've done it. We now have audio back. And now we're going to take a little break as people are just finishing up this round. I believe we have reached time, so that's just finishing out. We've got, I believe, just one table finishing up here. We're going to take a little break. Go, thanks for the people playing on stream, and we'll join you back for the next round as I figure out what my stream on break, that's what we're going to. Thanks all for joining. Let me just update the info on there so people know. Stream on break, and then round 3 will be more content, and then we will have a lunch break. So I'll add that on to our agenda. Check back in about 15 minutes, I think, and we will be playing that next round. See you in a bit. Hello, everyone. We are back for another round of Netrunner streaming. Let's just update some of these things. Going on here, I need to clear the round progress. Cool. I believe we're about to see an Arasana versus Ob game, which will be very interesting. I guess with Ob and Arasana, if you're hosting things on cards, it might get a little annoying because that ice might not exist for a very long time. So we shall see. I'm just waiting for someone to send me through the details here of what game we've got going on.
For a sec, so we are actually pretty good on schedule. We're only 10 minutes behind. So, yeah, we got. This round will start at 20 to 2. There's going to be a lunch break from 20 past 2, and that'll carry on till 10 to 3. So you know that? Okay.
All right, we are live. With all the info updated, we have FXP versus Nikki 3.0 here. Nikki 3.0 on Arasana with a wonderful Banksy artwork there. Alternative Banksy painting a frog artwork. Let's see what we have in store. So Ob is installing here. Now here's a difficult question for you. Is that glare or is that a paper proxy? That could be an immense amount of glare that maybe I need to go sort out later. So it looks like we have, actually, that's 2 agendas in there and a Kesteroid. This could have been an install red Spin Doctor. Against Arasana, it's difficult to know what you're going to want to be doing. That does look like that is a Spin Doctor. So, Arasana, what are we doing here? First... Oh, interesting. I assume that's draw, have as much money as you want. Very nice. Getting ready for what's going to come later. I guess with Arasana, you want to have a little bit of a burst surprise in what you're doing, but maybe we're just looking for options here. Probably looking for some kind of engine. I see we've got a environmental testing in hand, which is going to be useful. We have to get some more money later on. And should be reasonably to trigger, but there's a lot of different versions of Arasana lists right now. There is, of course, the cards built for what is this card called? I thought it was called UAV testing. No, it has a real name. It's Urban Art Vernissage. There we go. It's just everyone calls it UAV. So obviously there are versions where you play Urban Art Vernissage. You can bring back things to hand, especially with the new Stowaway coming out, is quite a nice option there. So let's have a look at the upside. We've got hedge funds. Makes sense to have more credits. We've got a Tucana in hand, and it looks like a couple of agendas there. So it's going to get a little difficult here. Okay, we're overdrawing, playing the hedge fund so that we can spin things back. Try and build up a bit more of a board state there. And maybe those are the agendas we're not looking for. Although we are keeping 1 in hand there, which from my guess, with the little sliver of it, looks like it might be an above the law. So here comes down Stowaway as part of a run. And that's a Basalt. That's going to be pretty rough to see happen, but it can happen. Should be noted that Arasana is allowed to run, and the thing they install can be anywhere. It doesn't have to be on the server they're running on. So here, just putting the Stowaway down for later. And then lastly, drawing up. Yep, so play, run, draw, I guess. Yeah. because you get to play a card while you run. In comes a Holloman. Obviously, looking a little on the back foot here, losing a Basalt so early. You wouldn't mind it so much if it put them into threat range and then you managed to pull back a measure response. But there's definitely a way that you could be playing Ob here and not be playing measure response. So thinking here, we're going to extract the unrest ice there to be able to get rid of the stowaway and look to gain some money. Wishing that we could have an Ob trigger there, but unfortunately when no ice gets rezzed, lowers your options. Popping the Spin Doctor. Firstly, we want to shuffle some agendas back, but looks like it's because we want to put something behind that piece of ice, which I believe is a Kesteroid there. What will come next? Looks like we're having a tough time. We got a little bit flooded. This is one of the common difficulties with Ob, is you can just get overwhelmed. It is important to remember that something that shapers love to do is not have to spend any influence and then find that they can just slot in a transfer of wealth. Okay, we see a compilation come down. I assume this is during a run. Are we accessing HQ here or R&D? Yep. C1. That looks like it might be a spin. Wow, it is. Wow, I'm really good at reading cards from shallow angles. There we have a spin. Let me just take a little eye on the chat here to check how things are going on. Although I've lost the chat window. There we go. Just people telling me we have audio. I'm very happy to hear of that news. Here we have an above the law coming in to take out a environmental testing. That definitely feels good. And we can see the remove from game area there. So how is the runner going to respond here? They've obviously taken an economic hit, but it also looks like the Ob player's in not great shape here. Firstly, take some more money. I think that's 2 short gambles spent now. So we've got 1 more short gamble, 2 more credit cushions, and probably 2 more environmental testings. Although sometimes people are playing less of those. What is going to be next? It feels like we've got just a little bit of a stale game here where the Ob player is drawing a bit awkwardly, being forced to score something which maybe they weren't stupid. They'd rather get a bit more set up first. And then also on the runner side, we've not seen any kind of engine come through yet. We're hitting for singles, doing a compilation here to take that. Could go for a sweep on HQ while it's unprotected. But it feels like we wish we had something else. Something else going on here. Let's just check. Is Arizona during a run? Okay, so I assume they're making another run. Okay, running HQ, going to fetch something, working out what to grab. If you have it, a read-write share right now is probably what you want because it's just going to give you some way to go through your deck a bit. But we're going to go take a Pisha Sao, I believe that is. Let's have a little check. Does the art match up? It does. That is Pisha Sao. Just putting down something for later, I imagine. Using the compilation to flush out now, I guess. Expecting there's some awkward things going on, although with the Corp having shuffled back with Spin Doctor, you might assume that things have emptied out from HQ. Let me see a Holloman. That's probably worth trashing, yeah. Just getting rid of a lot of the tools, and also having 1 Spin Doctor gone already means it's going to be really hard to get those things back in your deck. Okay, so it looks like, I think I'm not quite sure on the time of this, but I think on installing Muse, we have installed Pisha out, trashing Muse in the process, which is fascinating. There we go. So what is the court player going to answer with here? They've got 15 credits, so looking pretty flush with being able to res probably all of the ice we have on the table, which is quite nice. But just looking for something next to do. We just want an asset. We want something to stick. We want to get a regolith in there. We want to get an anthill in there. Something that will let us get our credits up and also give us a target to be able to do some things with. See here, it's very difficult to assess what's going on the Arasana side because they've got a handful of tricks and I've no idea what they're going to pull out here, especially with the variance in Arasana decks as well. There can be quite a few different ways of playing it. But like I said, with currently nothing on the board, it does look like we're just missing. We're missing money. Okay. That is a surprising card to see. So surprising that I've forgotten the name of it. I will find that card the hard way. Meat damage. It's not a pan weave. It's a wake implant. There we go. We found it. Comes down a wake implant. Yes, it lets you dig deep. And there we go. That's a Viscera. That's nice. So we're running HQ. Obviously, an access is nice. We might see an agenda. We don't. We see an envelopment. But then also it's nice because now we're getting some counters. So we can dig a little deeper. But yeah, a little surprising decision for using Wake Implant as your multi-access and R&D because you do have things like Cataloger in faction, which can do just as much, and in fact can maybe make your odds a little bit better in some cases. Now, what's happening on the court side? We've got a Spin Doctor down. We've iced up a bit more. Obviously, feeling a little bit unsure about the Viscera Tangler for now, but sometimes you just have to trust your deck and say, if they want to walk in, they can, and we're just going to let it happen. Probably we'll see that ice get rezzed over or crashed when we find an opportunity. And in fact, with Ob, it's even worth rezzing it, even if they can get through it, so that later on you now have a rezzed card to be able to trash and go fetch something else. So that when you trash that card, because you want to get rid of the Viscera, you can do something else with it. We're going to score an Azef protocol here. Just a very, very simple scoring Netrunner. Put an agenda down, wait a turn, and then advance it through. So we're gonna trash a card here. I think that makes sense. Yep. Get the Viscera in the bin. Obviously, it can come back from a Muse, but this way you're making it a little bit harder later on. We lose a Chromatophores, and we also lose an unknown card. I have no idea how to guess what that is. I thought it might be an Atman, but Atman isn't legal anymore.
I think this opportunity the best bet is probably on some partial. I'm sure some vendor will be interested.
All right, so then last click, we finally found some money, and we are in the money again, getting back up to 6 credits. Again, still looking for a bit of engine. We really need to find just a little bit more money. Every time we find money, it's just giving us enough time to get into the next piece of money. Give me just a brief moment. I just need to sort out a quick access thing so I can make it easier to be able to engage with you guys in the chat. All right, give me a second. I'm just putting together a little bit more of the stream setup stuff that I should have done earlier, but unfortunately time has escaped us. Let's also add on here chat. There we go. Now I got it all in one place. That's going to make things easier to run. So let's see how things are going on here. Move some things around once more. All right, we've got everything in one place. So if you want to drop any messages in, say how things are going, what do you think is going to happen next, you're very welcome to, and I will get that included because I'll see it on the screen now. What else have we got going on here? How has the board developed? We've got still the same agenda points on either side. We've got a propeller come down now with 4 counters. And we've got a symbol chip, which is going to let us, whenever we need to, get back what we might want. We see an event horizon here. I don't think we have seen a entry breaker yet. There is the option to simul-chip back the Muse, but it's quite expensive. But the other risk is that we're going to lose a program here. In fact, that might just happen anyway. We might just have to accept that this was the worst thing that could have happened, and it did in fact happen. This ice, of course, being Event Horizon. A lot of time thinking here, working out what the best course of action is. We obviously also are Arasana, so there's a few more options maybe available to us that wouldn't be available to other runners. So what's happened here? I think just the corp is taking a little peek just to work out what might happen next. So we're going to sell off the Pisha Sao so we can meet the condition of simul chip to go and work out what we're going to get. We're going to get Muse. And what are we going to get with the Muse? Because we're going to have to pay for it. It's a Hush. Okay. This will stop them using the end the run text on it. But as far as I can tell, the other text will still fire here. So I'm not quite sure the interaction we're seeing. Oh, okay. I guess we were just, trying to create a kind of wildcat strike option for the corp to say, I'm just going to put some more things on the table and see what you do about the options. And then, yes, the run will end from that event horizon there. Pisha Cell was indeed in danger, but in danger to who? Turns out it was actually in danger to Arasana themselves. Now working out what we're doing. Okay, there we go. We've moved over to the corpse turn again. We're just scoring out. It's another AZF, and then there's a wow. Okay, instant AZF Miyoshi finish. There we have it. It's a quick game when Miyoshi's around. A very expensive card, but if you aren't forced to rush your ice, you can keep ahead and make your advantage there. Well, there we have it. That is another game of Netrunner done. It did feel like it was a little bit, I don't know, maybe we did see the Ob kind of playing how it wants to play here. Yeah, setting up the Hush for later on. Against Ob, you're always risking losing it. That is true. It did feel like, unfortunately, Arasana just had a little bit of something was missing in what they were hoping to do. We could also see that, obviously, the agenda there was pre-advanced with 1, which maybe gives you a sign that we might see a Miyoshi finish there. And the more we see Miyoshi come up in the meta, the more, obviously, we'll start noticing as players, hey, if they've got a card with 1 advancement, they might be trying to Miyoshu it so that they can advance, play Miyoshu. So if I can do anything to affect their credit total in any way, for example, in that situation, if Nikki let the event horizon first trigger run and just accepted that something is getting trashed, could have paid through the second bit. Not sure if that would have made a difference because it might have been the last click there. I don't think it was, but if it was, then it wouldn't have made a difference because event horizon can just disappear. But it would have meant that maybe the second ice would have had to have been rezzed, which may have made a difference because it seemed like we were pretty credit perfect at the end there. But anyway, that is round 3 done for the London Regionals here today. We're just going to take a little switch over to the stats to find out what's going on. I've got this browser view here. Let's bring this up. What are we looking at? We've got, this will obviously be scored based on the last round. So let's look at the standings based on last round. We just saw FXP against Nikki, both double round winners so far. FXP playing Padma, which is definitely something I want to see on the stream. If it's been winning a game, if it wins a second game, I definitely want to see it for the 3rd time. We've also got, 2 Ob in this top bracket at the moment. Nikki 3.0 playing Leo. That's very cool to see as well. And an Arasana. We've got some good diversity of it. And also we've got Azaya playing in here. And 2 Melias, which seems like the kind of expected amount of Melias. So actually our current top set distribution is looking pretty nice. And then if we just look to the people just below here who had won 1 of their 2 rounds, again, we're seeing a bit of a mix. And then maybe some decks that aren't quite working out here. Unfortunately, Hiram and Tao not quite having a great day so far. And but also 2 Melias having a bad time too. 3 Melias actually down the bottom here. So we'll see what comes later. But for now, that has been the stream so far. We're going to have a lunch break now. So people will be chilling, relaxing. And I will hope to see you all back. Fortunately, there's no music right now because the stream is constantly getting little tweaks and upgrades and improvements. We tried to add 2 webcams so you could see the players playing, but unfortunately, my little spare MacBook is not powerful enough to be able to send so much video data. So we will take a break now, and then I will catch you guys after lunch break. I will go find out the time of the lunch break, and then I'll put it up so that you guys can know when to tune back very shortly. Thanks for watching. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are in for the next round of the tournament now. We found the Padma because the Padma is doing very well. FXP has won every single game so far. So let me just update these names. We have got Bosley on one side and FXP on the same side again. And it's round 4 of 8. We have got a spearfishing Padma against a rush PD. I'm not too sure how PD has changed from maybe a few years ago when it was pretty common as the choice of like a basic simple rush ID. There are obviously options where you can play things like flood the market, but I think this one is just trying to go fast enough, and it's looking pretty good because I think we see a tranquility grid there, which is going to be a very nice thing to have, and 2 pieces of ice as well. So just cutting, I believe this is a mulligan from FXP, and that it looks like Bosley has kept his hand here. Let's just bring up PD so that we can remind ourselves. It's got a 40-card deck, which actually now we've let them dream means you can have even less agenda points in your deck than previous to make the game really stretch out as far as possible. But if you're going fast, maybe you don't care so much. This might just be a naked Trancrid here, because if the runner wants to run and spend 4 to trash it, it's not actually too bad. So here we go, straight down with Knick Knack. And then we are bringing up the new card from Vantage Point, Beta Build, which you might look at and you might think, wow, this card, I could install a program and make a run with it. No, the best thing about Beta Build is you can summon out an Orca, start a run, and then Knick Knack decides to sell the Orca. And so you earn net 7 credits and you make a run. And now you have an Orca in your bin, which maybe is a good thing, maybe is a bad thing. We will find out later. But also, you don't really care about the cost of these breakers because you are going to be using the card that lets you find them. It's really easy to forget the names of cards on this stream. Spark of Inspiration is the one we're looking for. So a lot of people, this deck will definitely play Spark as well, so that it can go and find and properly install the breakers when it wants them. So I think we're making a decision here whether to get rid of the Trank Grid. Considering you just made 7 money, it feels pretty worth it to do so. It's expensive, but it's also necessary, unfortunately. Oh, and we go straight in with a burner to see that is a perfect recall. It looks like it's a bit of a reader there. This is when you you get a power counter where you res it and when an individual is scored or stolen, but you can reveal a card in HQ and the runner cannot steal or trash copies of that card for the remainder of this run. Use it only during a run. You can do this from anywhere as well. It doesn't have to be on that server. And so it looks like we're putting Event Horizon, which is some influence spent, and also a Seamless Launch to the bottom of the deck. going to be tough playing with just 2 seamless. And also losing that piece of ice, which I imagine next turn we were hoping to put on the remote. And down comes a Mayame as well, looking pretty good as a start for FXP here. Found a knick-knack, did some spearfishing, printed a bunch of money, let him take down a Trankgid for free, and now we've got a Mayame with a deck that's full of events, so things are looking good. How we Bozy respond here, especially after being Bernard as well, that's going to be a bit of a hit. We're going to, I believe, just draw a few times and then install just to protect HQ.
One of them is and one of them isn't.
Obviously, Bosley would much rather be doing the classic HBU here, where you ice your remote, you ice R&D, and you just leave the rest open, because as soon as Agenda comes into hand, you just put it straight in the remote. But we haven't quite seen that play out here so far. We can see also in the runner's hand here we have a deep dive, which makes sense because run should be pretty cheap and easy with an Orca and a Lobe Soman. Looks like we also have a Spark at the end there. And I'm not quite sure exactly what else we have there. Yeah, it does look like that was a Spark. So Bozy now drawing into a Seamless Launch, drawing into an Animatic Void, so finding some tools to help him defend a remote, but really looking for a piece of ice. I think here just drawing 3 times. Oh no, sorry, one was mandatory draw. Draw, install. So we're trying to start building out that remote. Losing the Trank grids. Obviously, if we kept the Trank grids, probably the turn after would have been install on top of it and 2 credits, ice it with the Event Horizon and feel a bit better there. But now, Bozy's probably going to be quite looking to find a way to shuffle his deck at some point. Here we go with another spearfishing attempt. It's another beta build, and I assume we're going to go search for another Orca. And then we're going to start a run, and we're going to sell it immediately for net 7 credits gain. And also 1 card out of our deck. So this Padma deck wants to be a 42 card deck, effectively. I'm not sure if there's any ways to recur these base builds or whether we're just saying that, hey, earning 7 credits is kind of enough. And being able to charge when you run R&D is nice for a few different cards. If you're playing Nuka, you can gain a diesel to hand when you run on R&D. If you have, there won't be Coalescence here because we're doing Spark stuff. But also if you have Cataloger, you can gain a power counter on it as well, so that you can just constantly lock R&D, knowing exactly the next 4 cards coming up. All very useful options here. But it'll be interesting to see if we've got some unusual splashes then there for charge targets. So we're thinking here, we've got a pinhole in hand. Obviously that's doing nothing right now. I guess the decision is what to... Okay, we're doing the Spark now. We've got 3 chances of Loba Soman, 1 of Orca. And here we go, 1 at a time. What are we going to find? There is a Loba Soman, so that comes out. Probably the one we wanted to find. Also gives us now our charge target for R&D runs. And it can break everything but sentries. And it can be very good, but it would also probably be quite nice to have the insurance of knowing that you aren't going to lose your program to a sentry that trashes programs. Which they do exist. There are some in HB, and there are maybe some scary new ones. And there we have a... I am very surprised to see that as a Daig Netcat. I'll bring this one up because most people might not know that. Daig first Netcat, 1 engender is scored or stolen. You may charge 1 of your installed cards. So you can chuck a charge on your Loba Soman, you can chuck a charge on your Nuka, whatever. You can chuck a charge on your Cataloger. Now, going for the second ice here, paying 1, and then probably thinking about putting a card in, but it feels like we're kind of... I mean, so it's a rush PD here, so we're hoping to go a bit faster than this, but things are not quite working out. Over to the runner's turn, we gain 1 onto Mystic Mayame. we know we have the pinhole, so we can just go check what that is. Might be a reasonable thing to do. The downside would be if you find out it's an agenda, it feels bad. So you probably want to save it for when there's two cards and you know which one is an agenda and which one is upgrades. We are going to go for the pinhole using the Miami credit, running archives. We're going to access this card. And what do we find? It is a Managarm Skunkworks. That is definitely an instant trash. And Bosley is going to be pretty sad about that because he does have the Anoetic in hand that makes such a great pairing with Managarm that it has its own name called Skunk Void. And there we go. Now we have another charge target here with Dr. Nuka. I think FXP is just looking now for just a way to summon the Orca. Obviously, we need money as well, but money will come over time. There's also the option here that you can make a run, sell the Lobosomen with Knick-Knack if you want to get an influx of credits. I guess this is the other thing, that if you spark out a second Lobosomen, you don't really care so much because it just means that you will earn net 5 credits overall as you run and sell the Lobosomen that you have. And obviously with the Mystic Miami, it could be even better odds. I think we are still on the runner's turn here, just thinking about options. So first we are drawing 3. Okay, so sorry, on Bosie's side, we just saw 2 installs. I'm just going to drop the stream settings slightly, just so we can make sure this stuff all comes through correctly. Expand that, there we go. So 2 more clicks here. I believe a run is happening, not quite sure where. I would guess in the moment we make... Oh, we are running the remote. Okay. Looking to res an ablative. Will eat the Lobosomen and use its last usage because Lobosomen is requires counters to break barriers. Yeah. And so that would leave you chargeless on the Lobosomen, means you cannot recover it. So maybe you have to accept this here. You do have the option then of running R&D, hoping that 6 credits isn't enough to do anything scary, to get the free charge out of Padma and then run back. But definitely a difficult situation. It decides to bounce, install Hannah, which will be useful later on. And also, of course, with Deep Dive is a way to get an extra click to try and steal 2 agendas from 8. But definitely going to want to find other agendas first. And then we finish with a creative commission, a great way just to bounce your money back up. And passing over to the Corp to start their turn. Mandatory draw is done. We can see 2 ice in hand. It looks like a Movirus and also a Seamless. We are going to play the Seamless, splitting down a 5 credit into 4 credits, and then 2 more advancements, I believe that is. Also resing Perfect Recall. Because we want the score trigger. Yep, makes sense. And then we get an off-board office, so we finally have money again. Let's just remind ourselves, Perfect Recall. It now is going to have 2 counters, and that will give more ways for the Corp if they end up with more than 1 agenda around, especially with a hand size of 6, to be able to say to the runner, hey, you can't have this one. And taking back the Seamless launch, which is pretty standard Rush PD play. So it looks like the difference with Rush PD here is that we have Perfect Recall. It's a little extra defense. It's another option for an upgrade. I'm not quite sure what else we'll see. We might also see Sleep Near the 4 cost, 4 strength, very good code gate. That for most things to run against is pretty annoying, especially things like Shibboleth or it is out that range of being 4 strength, so it has Shibboleth when weakened has to boost twice. Now on the runner side, what we need to do right now is assess that there are no threats. There is no agenda possibility in the remote. It's rush PD, so we're probably scoring out of hand. So we have Nukas to fill up our hands, and then thinking about options here. It should be known that as Padma, when you come up against a Padma player, you often want to have your outermost Icon R&D being spiky, because if it's an end the run, they can choose to, as an action, charge a card, which is just about good enough. I'm not sure if there was a missed trigger there with Day Connect Cap, because it is when scored or stolen, so we should have had a charge. It looks like that didn't happen, and now we are sparking. What are we sparking into? We reveal the transfer of wealth in the deck, and there we go. That's a second Lobus Omen. So not quite a Orca yet. So now we've got 2 Lobus Omens. One of those should have a counter on it as well. I think that will be remembered later, but right now both Lobus Omens should have a counter each one. And again, we don't have a threat right now, so it's the decision between working out where we're going to poke to steal an agenda from, where we think we're going to get it from that remote, and also knowing that you have deep dive. The Perfect Recall is a very good deep dive protection. Is it just for the run? Oh, okay, it's only for the run. So deep dive, you cannot stop the access from being able to get to things. So we ran and sold the Lobus Omen to gain some credits. Makes sense. Still just thinking about that Orca to also be able to charge. Important part of Orca is that you can charge other cards with it. So depending on how Bozy feels about his hands, there would have been a line. Second, I'm just having some internet difficulties. Yeah, there is one option where you only res barriers and somehow have a kind of spiky barrier on R&D just to drain the Lobus Omen of counters, which can work. That's probably why the Daig is in here, just to give you an option of being able to do that if you need to. And we're just getting a little text check on Perfect Recall. Now, the fascinating thing about Perfect Recall is you can have an agenda in hand, spend a counter to show them the agenda in hand as they're running HQ, and say, you can't have this agenda, which is a little crazy, the fact that it works from anywhere. But it's some good defense for HB, and also maybe it means you can lean even more into the classic U-boat shape. To make him run an R&D, we're gaining a charge on the Lobus Omen, and we find a drafter, which is going to fire. There's nothing that can be done about that, and I think we're going to find, if there's another Seamless coming back to hand, definitely the Managarm's getting in. Okay, the Managarm's going to hand. Yes, this makes sense. And then the Trank is getting installed. And then we continue to access to see just one card, I believe. And that looks like an ablative right there. So I think from FXP's perspective, considering the size of the deck, just wanting to find an agenda. Just one agenda and then suddenly you can start transitioning your plan into how do I make this deep dive happen. So we can see on the corpse side, we've got 2 clicks left on the right side. We can see on the corpse side, we've got Managom in hand, which can go on top of the Trank Grid and earn us some money to pay for itself. There is also no agenda in hand, but the agenda in hand is safe right now because Perfect Recall is, it's not once per turn. So you can use it on the first run and use it on a later on that same turn. And then interesting on the other side, we also see that there is a transfer of wealth in hand. And this, on this credit total of 6, the transfer of wealth is pretty huge. I'm wondering if he might choose to poke with the pinhole onto HQ. We can also see 2 deep dive in hand, though there is the option of double deep diving. Lots of interesting decisions here. So we're going to take more money with Short Gamble. And again, there's no threat on the table right now. So we're going to install Cataloger, build up our little threat opportunity there. Cataloger is going to be a great way to be able to lock R&D down, especially with Padma's ability. And also being able to do so on the deep dive turn is pretty huge. Additionally, if you did want to run all 3, no, that wouldn't work because you already would have had to have shuffled the deck. So yeah, if you're deep diving, probably not cataloging. Now, corpse side, lots of cards in hand, lots of thinking to do. Probably wants to get something on this Trank Grid, but it's the decision of whether you try and push, whether you try and... We're going, looks like with the no? Oh, sorry, this is greasing the palm. Okay, I thought this was seamless launch and I was a bit worried. So greasing the palm down. That's the Managom going in, earning another 2 credits. Good to have a little bit of tag punishment in the deck, just as an option. Would suggest that there might be 3-2 agendas, or 2-3s, whichever way around people say it, because greasing the palm lets you score those. Otherwise, the decision might be greasing the palm because it is fast and it is money and it installs at the same time, which is useful. And now we're just protecting HQ a little bit more, which if I was the runner player here assessing that ice, that makes me think that that is a very plain end the run card because it has not been played on R&D. So clearly Drafter is the scariest, spikiest thing that's available right now. And we're saying, hey, if you want to charge a card, you can, but you're going to let me take back a grease in the palm and let me also install a card on the Trank Grid for extra value. Now, run aside, we obviously have Transfer of Wealth, and the Corp knows this because they've seen from Spark. We've revealed our secrets to everyone. It's going to be difficult to make that run there without knowing that you have a way to break sentries, especially with Event Horizon. However, I'm not sure actually how many sentries there are that are a risk, that are needing to be worried about here. Is it just Event Horizon and Drafter? Because then you might decide that actually Transfer of Wealth might just about be worth it. We are going for it. The Corp here just checking both pieces of ice, deciding to go with the Ablative, which can be broken. One counter, 1 credit to break that 1 subroutine because we're already at strength with over 7. And then we come across Sleipnir, which is going to cost 1 to boost and then one for each subroutine, so 4 total. You're probably going to break all of them. The sleeping ones are just annoying enough that you don't want to let them hang around. The Corp choosing to res now the Mana Garm and show it so that no credits are lost and therefore also no credits are stolen. Then the runner taking a tag, and we're getting 1 access here from 6 total cards. No use of perfect recall here. That is a seamless launch. But an important step because now the Corp has bottomed out. So the Corp is not scoring anytime soon. This might give you an opportunity in a window to be able to, well, probably not with the cost of things. If it's 5 credits for HQ, letting draft a fire doesn't seem like a great way to be able to play your deep dives, but could be an option. We're installing another to give the Corp 2 credits. That looks to be an agenda from what we've seen so far. And then taking a credit. And I'm not sure what the other action was, but maybe it was draw a card first. And maybe here we've installed a Spin Doctor so that we could overdraw. Miami is ticking up. And that's five cards in one server, which is a lot of things in there. So we understand that there is Anoetic as an option, but we know that there is a pinhole here, which will be a way to get in and deal with that. And assuming one is Anoetic, there's not really anything else the other one can be apart from an agenda. So I think, additionally, with the Corp having 3 credits, they are not going to be scoring an agenda that's a 2/4. So maybe there's a way to take a bit of time here, look how we can set up and play that creative commission to get a little bit ahead. We do also have a transfer of wealth that should be discarded. That is from the previous turn. Tough decisions. It looks like we're considering pinholing here. Difficult to say what the best pinhole target is. The perfect recall is overall a problem, because if the Corp can have a 1 in 6 in hand of the agenda and put the same one in the remote, then they can use the perfect recall to stop you stealing the agenda in there. But also 6 cards in hand with Anoetic Void gives you lots of opportunity to be able to use Anoetic Void more. Not necessarily you trash a whole hand, but you have 1 extra card in hand from which you can make those tough choices about what to trash. It looks like we have played Pinhole there. And it is another drafter paying 3. So the Corp is going to hope to get an off-turn install, probably taking the Seamless back to hand. Otherwise, isn't able to install an Ice because of the cards available. They're very far away from the hedge fund, so maybe just having more Seamless to score from nothing more easily is better. And then I think we're considering about an install now. Oh, interesting. Possibly installing over. Which... Oh, yes, sorry. You get to ignore a cost of drafter. Yes, so we could install it wherever we wanted to. And the Managon was pinhold, makes sense. Difficult for the runner because they'd have to choose between the other two cards, which is Agenda and which is the Anoetic. So best to take the one where you know you have changed the game state, especially when it came with a cost of running for a drafter to do it all. Making a run here, breaking through, and then are we going to see... Oh, we've let them in. I guess with no credits, there's nothing you can do. That's a Mavarus, just gets trashed. Accessing the other card that is an Anoetic. It stays because the runner has no credits. And that is that. That's fascinating. Now, probably it's going to be gain a credit, play creative. Yeah, makes sense. And I think the draw there that seemed weird timing was forgetting to draw from the pinhole voting. And then discarding a burner, okay, but also discarding a spare Anacam, that makes sense. Now back to the court, we can see we've got that's a big train in there, so let's just pull that up. But definitely a challenge for the corp right now. In fact, for both players. I mean, the runner has got back up to 5 credits, but is still very far away from finding the Orca. There's only one left in the deck, so any spark is a 50-50. And I'm not sure what ways there are to cheat install it out. You can beta build it, make a run with it, and then end up on top of your deck, so you could then spark it afterwards. So the runner here is drawing 3 from Nuka. And 10 minutes has just been called on the round. We've got another creative commission coming through, just working out what the options are here. Again, there's no scoring threat right now, but with 10 minutes on the round, you need to start thinking about how you are going to get at least more than 2 points, and otherwise how you are going to close out this game from a pretty tricky position. We're playing Harmony AR Therapy. This is a way to get the economic cards back in your deck. So what are we going to see here? Maybe Transfer, Orca, Spark. Yeah, Spark and Beta builds, I would guess. Transfer. Yeah, I would imagine Beta build. Okay, interesting. So getting to a pretty thin deck here, having gone through 2 Nukas, a bunch of extra draw from Anacam, and also some of the draw from Knick-Knack as well. That card is then removed from game, so that one is not coming back. That was Harmony AR Therapy, which often not too popular card, but maybe now with a few more options for players in terms of economic cards, such as Daily Cast coming back, means that you're more likely to find 5 targets that is worth putting back in your deck to prolong the late game. So again, in a pretty difficult position, but at the same time, that being said, there isn't a threat on the table. The corp has 3 credits. It's going to be hard for them to bounce up. They're probably hoping to install an asset, then play a hedge fund. If that is even an option in hand. But with 2 Seamless, it's very possible that a train gets installed, and, or in fact, the best situation right now for Bosley would be if he draws another train. He can put 1 in the remote, try and score it out next turn, and he can also perfect recall to deny any access to the train and to take away all the train tickets from FXP. Here comes, by the looks of it, an unsurely committed beta build. There we go. Spending Could be spending the Miami credits unless those have already been spent on something else. Looking through to find... And yeah, I guess work out, do you take the Lobostoman or the Orca? I would... Depends on the option here. I would think you would generally take the Lobostoman that's left, if there is one, so that you can sell it, and then you know your spark will hit. Okay, we're selling the Orca, and then... Oh, there is an extra Orca, yes. We draw from the event. We also should draw from the knick-knack here. Okay, we might have missed an knick-knack, but we're back up to 16 credits, so a very quick way to boost back up. The spearfishing technique is working well. Let's just see what happens next. We have, in fact, hit the dream that I thought might happen, which is 2 trains have appeared at once, which is a very nice place to be. Greasing the palm to put a train in the remote. We've got 1 in hand as backup, and we've got 6 cards in hand, so the odds on HQ are thin, especially with a runner that looks like they are committed to deep dive and they're not planning to access in other ways. So, feeling pretty good right now. Here comes down a hard-bought Orca. Maybe that was why we saw the Orca last turn. Running R&D, now knowing that we can get through anything, and probably with 6 credits, can probably break through anything as well. Especially with the very good boost ratio on Lobostoman. It's a double drafter. Now, let's check the text on Orca. Is Orca once per turn? The first time each turn you get to charge a card. But Orca comes in at 3 strength. Yep. And so it's just 2 for each drafter. Costs you 4 to get through. Can use to charge something else. And then using the cataloger to look at the top 4, arrange them as wished. Got a spin doctor, a hedge fund. I believe one of those is an agenda. Are they 2 agendas? No, there's a spin doctor at the bottom of those. Cool. Those added back on top. I believe this is saying action, so that we can then deal with working out whether to steal with cataloger, maybe? It's always a very difficult problem here. Do you tell the other player, would you like to take an action? Or do you just wait slightly long enough, do something else, and then go, now I'll take the top card? No, so seemingly none of those were agendas on top. Discarding a spare cataloger. Won't need that anymore because we can just charge as we like. That is drawing into... I slightly missed what that card was, unfortunately. Maybe it was a Trank Grid? So there is a line here, yep. I think we're going to see it. Place 2 advancements. Then again, place 2 advancements. And then get the final advancement, which will give us a click back. Because the train giveth and taketh away. And with that last click, are we installing in the remote? Taking back a seamless and then thinking what we're going to do here. I think, again, we've missed a Dag Net Cat trigger here. Could have put an extra counter on the Lobostoman to make sure it can last. We are installing and then taking 2 credits. I guess the other thing to know is that from this point, if the runner is going to run that remote, they do actually have Hannah. Seemingly they have only 2 credits. If they did run the remote with Hannah first, they'd have to spend a click to seal it, which then means they wouldn't also be going and doing their deep diving. So maybe you will be safe. First gaining a credit, then paying the full amount to play short gamble and using the Miami credits. Drawing a card from Anakin. And then working out here, what is the way to attack this problem in front of you? There is the option here that a seamless was taken back to hand, and now you have to run that remote and take things out. Which I think may have to be the choice, is now you have to run the remote. The corp can trash 2, spend 2. And if it was a 4-2 and they have a seamless, then they simply just win. Which, by the looks of it, it might be.
No, this one's wrong.
Very difficult situation here. Forgetting, yeah, there we go. We've forgot many netcats. Dag Netcat is, of course, very forgotten by many players because most people have never seen this card in the wild. And working out here, what is the option? We're not criminals, so we don't have the option of Hermes to go pop out to grab a agenda and then pop a card back, so that can be pretty difficult.
Voice signal fiction absolutely kills your desire to sit down and stare.
Yeah, just working out, is there a way out of here? It'd be interesting to find out afterwards if FXP is kind of recognizing the situation he's in. Okay, so cool. Paying no res on the outermost. Maybe it's a 4 or 3 cost. Also, yeah, we need the money. So unless it costs less than 2, yeah. Paying money, running the remote, taking a tag. Oh, because it was a Hannah run. Yep.
Time on the round.
Time on the round has been called. That means the jig is up. There's no opportunity here for FXP to claw this back, unfortunately. Unless there is a way. I don't think there's been a run on any of the centrals this turn, so it doesn't look like there's going to be a chance for a deep dive finish here.
On me win being revived so far today, the combat starts now. Just on the charity. So usually, the charity I work for is BT. They're a national group.
So we're popping the Hannah, giving us back to 3 total clicks.
But trying to the charity sector is so hard.
Like the options here are they use those 3 clicks to run that remote, but they have Anoetic. So I think you have to accept that the only way you can win here is like 2 off R&D. Which is possible. We're deciding to run the remote.
Yeah.
Because normally it would be fine, but with time being called on the round and being behind 5 points, even getting through here to steal this agenda isn't going to change anything.
The really big ones that would have funded like half of our work. I've said, actually, we're now funding.
So I think the only way out here really is just to run the drafter, like run through R&D, rearrange the top 4, hope there's 2 agendas amongst it, and somehow. No, even then, because you require a click to steal the train. So I think with 3 clicks, it's impossible. You'd have to find 3 agendas all in a row on the top of R&D to be able to get more points than the core.
Yeah, and it's not just me, and there's also other.
And there's no way here to be able to find a deep dive here. We're just a few clicks too short. I think FXP is sitting, thinking, hoping, but to come back from 0 to 5 is going to be
Interesting job that you can get.
near impossible in this situation. Unless there is another trick that we haven't quite seen. But I think this deck is going to play pretty lean and commit to the deep dive as its way of winning.
Give us one to do.
What's it going to be here? For those that might have joined in the past few minutes, time on the run has been called, so FXP is just trying to find a way here to use these 3 clicks to get at least 5 points. We run R&D, we break everything, we get a counter on the Lobos Omen. We see the top card. Oh, no, we are going for the top 4. There's no agendas there. I think the way those cards were handed back, that's the look of defeat there. We're gonna run through. We're gonna try and get through. It doesn't really matter here. 2 and 2 for Anoetic. That's the turn. Can take an access. It's a train. Oh, it's not. It's a humanoid resources. There we go. And that is the game. Held out by Bosley. FXP couldn't quite find the spearfishing engine he wanted to be able to get through, but a very interesting game played out. We're going to take a break now as we go into round 5 of 8. It was very wonderful to see a Padma deck, though, see it come together, although unfortunately didn't get to do much Padma things because of the drafter that was sitting there. We're about to go on to round 5. We will be back in probably about 5 to 10 minutes to show that all to you, and I will catch you back then. Hello everyone, we are back with round 5. Forever upgrading our setup here. Move my face around. Enjoy that more. We now have Mihir versus Frieden. We have Ob versus Lu. Mihir being one of the most Ob-loving players to exist out there. Also part of the London meta. And then we have Frieden here on Lu. Probably feels like a little bit of a tough. I don't know if this feels like a tough matchup for Ob players, because as much as you do have assets that mean they can go trash things, at the same time you're usually icing and protecting things up. So the only real naked things you really have are spin doctors. So we shall see. What have we got in this hand here? We've got a Salt 2 Ice. Nice, friendly, supportive start, and then we've got So we've got 2 Ice and an asset, which is what we want. And we're gonna push it and make it happen. Leaving HQ pretty rough there, but maybe we'll come into a spin doctor. Offering a cut here and allowing it. This is a Mulligan's Lu, I believe. So the runner thinking what to do here. First virtual gamble. Very classic start. We're using some 3s and 1s in these credit pools. Here we come across, I believe that's going to be an Alt Art Event Horizon there. It's going to be expensive. Oh no, this can't be. This must be Kessleroid, yes. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a space card. And considering the credit spent. So it's the great opening of Kessleroid Maskarovka, which means you can res all of it. And because they didn't run HQ as well, it meant that we could res the Anthill, get some value. If we can... Okay, we're just going to sell the Anthill early to get a 2-coster. That is going to be a regular. And then I assume we're just going to click that twice just to get some money in. Because as of probably playing measured response, wanting to keep our money up just to give us the options to be able to kill the runner if things are looking too good for them. And then we're going to take a 3 dice, put that there. Yeah, 3 more uses on that regular there. So runner side, down comes an Audrey first. Maybe daily draw or daily cast first. I think that was daily cast Audrey, run HQ with no res, and then run R&D. Interesting. Oh no, sorry. In fact, that was run R&D again. Looking for a trashable for Audrey. Got to feed Audrey to keep him happy. And then drawing into a pinhole. Gonna regret not having that pinhole, because I think we might see possibly just a... Okay, draw first. Looking to find some more ice, I think. Yeah, if you can lock Audrey out, and then getting the regular pool ready. Had 3 uses left. It's not a waste, because you get to go get a 1-coster. Which probably going to be Tranquility Grid here. Yep, that's a Tranquility Grid. Nice thing about Ob being you only need 1 of it to make it happen. I should say actually Tranquility Home Grid. Very, very standard Ob card. Just 2 influence. You only need 1 of it. Just go get it when you need it. Use it for a bit. And if it gets trashed, the runner spent 4, so you don't mind too much. Using the pinhole here just to go do exactly that. It's an asset. You can take it down using the Gourmand, so it costs nothing to trash and get rid of, and then gaining a forest counter onto Audrey here. And that's going to open up some more options now. Now, any server pretty much can be gotten into. Just using a virus counter and some cards to do it. We've also got Mystic Miami down now, so we've got a little bit more income coming in each turn. Play some expensive events and make things happen. We're installing an additional piece of ice here installing in the remote and installing a follow-up card. This may be an AZEF. Would be the most likely, I think. Unless we did in fact draw the Holloman. It's weird how with these objects, a lot of them are quite similar, so you can kind of say, yeah, there's probably a Holloman in there somewhere. Now we're installing, not sure what this card is. It's installed as if it's a program. It's probably a Rising Tide. I think that's the world's Rising Tide there. Rising Tide, there is an Event Horizon. You're going to spend a counter to break both with Audrey, then spend 2 credits to break both with the Rising Tide. And then the Event Horizon gets popped to go find a 3-coster. Now, options here, Afshar is a 3-cost code gate if you want to make sure your remote isn't all barriers and can just be walked through with the Rising Tide. Otherwise, Masquerade just on any other server just to play the long-term tax game. But no, we're going to do the Afshar play. Afshar, of course, loves being on HQ, but it's also kind of annoying in a lot of places. 2 subroutines that the runner will want to break both every time, and only cost 3 to res, so most of the time people are paying 2 to get through that. Bring for a cut here. And then one last click for the runner here. But Audrey has not been fed. That looks like that's the price there. Tungsten Taylor, Paladin Puemo, and the last card, I don't know what that is there, but definitely a difficult one. The Tungsten Taylor is pretty good. You're going to get paid 1 when you break the Afshar. Also, the Castleroid, also at 1 strength, I believe. So you can earn the money from that if you need to. And also, obviously, it makes your Rising Tide just that little bit better. And means you might not have to pitch cards with your Audrey. Now we're resing in the remote here. That looks like a Tucana. So we're expecting to see an AZF score here. Just thinking about what to trash. We're going to trash the Kessleroy to go get a 1-coster. That may be to go get a Malapert. So Kessleroy is gone. Is it going to be a Malapert that's taken out here? Interesting thing about Malapert, you do get to actually use it. What are we going for here? That is is that a red? Yeah. Okay. Crashing 2 from hand from the meat damage. That is an Ashen and a Pinhole, which is going to be pretty annoying for the runner there, as Pinhole is a great way for them to be able to get their Audrey doing something. But yeah, Red Room here, an interesting choice of influence spend. 3 influence, which is quite a lot, but a very good way to be able to prevent a run on any other server. Force them to have to run a server maybe they're less interested in, because HQ runs are not going to be super valuable generally to Annex. And the runner drawing twice here, drawing a 3rd time. And both Lou and Audrey looking very hungry at this moment, trying to work out a way in somewhere. Especially with the Corp having 10 credits right now. Also, of course, the Corp, when scoring, has gone and fetched an Event Horizon and installed it using Tucana's ability. Here comes Buzzsaw, a Code Gate Breaker. It's going to help a little bit, especially when it's so cheap. Still need to worry about sentries. A lot of obs still playing Stavka because it's a important threat to have around. Not because you expect it to like break programs and therefore lock the runner out from interacting at all, but rather that it forces them to play a little bit more cautiously and go, hey, if I don't have an Audrey counter, I can't break a Stavka. But we'll see if there is a sentry in this Lou list. It might be that there just is not a sentry at all. So here we've got install advance, maybe drawing a card. I wonder if, find it we have Tucana. So it could be a 4-2. Could be playing off-world for some reason. I'm not sure what else would be advanceable in the remote that Ob might want to put there. Just some quick counting here on the runner side, working out the numbers. I believe we're mid through a run on R&D here. Nope, we are thinking about playing the Shore Gamble. Obviously, if we leave it a turn, we have even more counters on the Mamie. There's also the risk that if you do anything now that involves stealing an agenda, the Mamie will become enraged and discard a card randomly from your hand as probably the outcome that you would choose from it. So it can be a difficult choice, but overall it's definitely worth having in Anik decks. Currently the score is just 2-2 each with an ASF, and we know that the Corp has a Basalt Spire in hand. What is going to happen next on the runner side? Thinking hard. The card on HQ being a red room is going to make it difficult, so we are going for the Shore Gamble, which is going to gain 6 total credits because we get to take the 2 from Mamie. Let's see what happens next. Lots of thinking. It seems like a difficult crux point for the runner here. There's also the risk that if that is an agenda, you need to worry about things like measured response now. Right now, we're on threat 2 amongst both players. But it's always something you have to keep at the back of your mind whenever you're playing against Ob. And in fact, any Wayland is, they're probably playing measured response, and you need to make sure you have a plan for it. We are overwriting the Audrey here to play down an Echelon. So we do have a suite of breakers that are all reasonably good, but we're moving from, unfortunately, not having found the console for this deck. We had to overwrite. This does give us some options, though, that now we can use money rather than having to find these counters to use. Runs through everything and then ending the run and replacing it with Masquerobka. Definitely doesn't look like the tightest server anymore. Now that it costs, with Rising Tide, I don't think we've seen any other Rising Tide, so probably 2 to boost, 2 to break, and then 1 only for the Afshar, which actually refunds itself. So the Afshar is free to run through once a turn. And then drawing last click, I believe. Just keeping the hand filled. Now, extracting the Afshar. To go and find a Holloman. Does that work? Extract. Use Holloman. Oh, because you did not install a card from HQ. I see. Yes, so you get the 3 counters and then 1 more. So now we have a scored Basalt and we're using the Tucana to go and fetch what we want. Just looking and seeing that A lot of Event Horizons gone. Is that a log jam there? So that's going to have a little bit of extra strength, and if you need to, you can increase it, but probably not worth it too much against the Rising Tide here. So it comes in at 5 strength because of all the card types represented. And that puts me here now on 5 points against 2 points for the runner. We're here at round 5 of the London Regionals. We've got 3 rounds coming after this, and we're going to try and prioritize the top tables. As long as these people aren't too exhausted from playing on stream too much, we will get them back just so we can give people some things to watch, some things to learn, some things to figure out the meta, see what people are doing. Got a run on HQ here, Rezzing Maskarovka. That's going to cost, just checking, I think, for any barrier breakers. Doesn't look to be any in there, so Rising Tide, it's going to be 1 to boost and then 2 to break, so 3 total. Gets us in, especially now there's a red room. Needs to find a way to break that, but I don't think has the credits. So instead just accessing 1 for now. That is very unfortunate. I have no idea what that card is. But seemingly not worth crashing. I think that might have been a Mitra Amar. Now offering the discard pile for the Corp to have a look. Just looking out for some threats potentially. See the risks that are coming up. And last, drawing once more and then discarding a Rising Tide. So now Rising Tide at 2 strength means it's a little bit easier to get through those Maskarovkas. Still requires a boost. In fact, yeah, it requires... It needed just a single Rising Tide in the bin to be able to take out that red room easily. Going to extract now the Tucana to go get a 1-coster. Not a lot of choice for 1-costers, generally. This is a measured response, I think. Foregone, and then there is the second measured response. Very good game indeed. That is definitely the difficulty with Ob, is they're getting ahead, you're trying to do what you can, and at some point fate is just sealed, that if you try and win, you die, and if you don't try and win, they score points. So very well played from both players there. Seemed very difficult for Frieden there with playing Lou, just not being able to find the things to get in and trash to give a little bit of a snowballing effect there. But that can often be the difficulty when your ID has text that says to play in a certain way. The Corp can respond and install their ice in awkward ways just to make it a little bit tough for you along the way. But that is round 5. Thank you for everyone who's checking out, joining in the stream. We are going to take a quick break. There is still 21 minutes on the round, so you will probably see us back in about 25 to 30 minutes. We're just going to take a little segue though first. Before we do that, let's go take a look at the current scoreboard and how things are looking. So, current standings, this is after 4 rounds, so this isn't updated from now, but we have now seen that Mihir on 7 points is now up to 10 points. Frieden staying at 9 points. So there's quite a few players that could be topping the tables right now. And what have we got amongst these? Is there anything interesting that people want to see on stream? Because I can make it happen. We have seen, in fact, Frieden is the Nebula player, and is doing well with it. Yeah, they are undefeated with their Nebula deck right now. That's very interesting. We've also got this Poetry Luxury Brands by Dolbowl, which was on stream yesterday for those that checked it out. Corp-wise, it seems like the Nebula is the thing that I would most like to see happen. But obviously there are some other other options for PD, other options for Meliers. So maybe we can see some of those. Maybe we can check out motion blurs Meliers in the next round. And then also we have motion blur Zaya. That would be very interesting to see the choice of going for Zaya. And also we have an Esser. Excellent. I would love to see that game. And also we haven't seen much Seb yet. So I think we'll base our next round on the runner. But if anyone's got any preferences, do chuck them down in the stream chat. And I will do my best to go and make it happen. But for now, we're going to have a break. I'm going to go drink some water. This is your health and safety reminder to go drink some water. And we will see you back in about 30 minutes. Let me just update the text. So that people know. Although I realize that it's going to say about 30 minutes. Hello everyone, welcome back to the next round. Someone's peering in over here. We
Starts now. You have 40 minutes.
we've got two new people on the stream this time. We've got Diamond Deluxe and 0x7F. I'm sure there's probably another way to talk about that. We've got which way around is this matchup happening?
Pull some tricks out
We
to
have
get the
got
last access to get the
Diamond Deluxe's Lou versus 0x7S's HB PD. These two are in fact both playing the exact same pairing of Corp and Runner. So PD side, just a double hedge fund. So I assume that was draw hedge hedge. Very interesting. Then Lou, what have we got over here? Making a run here. I think that's a gourmand there. Yeah, to go trash a card. Also gaining a credit and a card from Lou, and then dropping down a buffer drive so that we can hopefully do some Audrey shenanigans later, and then finishing with the price. So we've got Twinning, Steel Skin, Rising Tide, and not quite sure what that last card is. That might be a daily cast? Well, that one's going to the bottom, so that must be a good one. And then, are we going for the Twinning here? We can also choose to take the two cards first from Steel Skin. These cards have been trashed. Give us some more options. See that we got the Fentafueno. Fentafueno might make the Twinning a little bit more appealing, yeah. And also the value of the price. We're getting 3 credits worth here, so feels better. And full of pinholes, so there's lots of opportunity. Throwing away one of the pinholes. That's interesting, but depends on the kind of PD that we're looking against here. I wonder if there is line for like a Miyoshi PD. Just looking at the number of cards here. So that is draw, and then are we installing ice here? And now 6 in hand, I believe. And we can see there is a train sitting in hand there. And also another agenda there, so a little flooded with things there. But we've got a YDL as well, so next turn when we draw for turn, we'll have 7 cards and gain 4 from the YDL if we want to. Or we can draw, play YDL for 5, and then install another piece of ice. Obviously, in this situation, as PD, you're going to want to be thinking about how you protect R&D, because Lou is hungry, looking for things to trash. We come down with, that might be a double daily cast there. Just a very good amount of drip for the rest of the game. HP here, drawing for turn, then drawing. We're going to see the YDL get played here. Seems like a good time for it, unless maybe we're on Arcology. Otherwise, we have Greasing the Palm as an option. So, playing Greasing the Palm. Gains 2, then we're going to install a piece of ice. And maybe they're thinking actually the YDL could come first here. Although they may have 2 more actions, so. Guarding the YDL, interesting. I guess we really are flooded on 0x7's side. It's a very difficult situation, because also the pressure from Lou seeing that idea just means you need to get some stuff down. You need to protect your centrals in some way, because it's just too valuable to let Lou run in. Here comes down Keiko. Pentafueno is the cards that we can see there. That has a lot of glare of it, because I didn't quite have the right lighting setup for today.
I'm so happy with that, buddy. So trust me, neutral. Yep.
So Corpside install. No breakers presented on the runner side yet. There is a Rising Tide in the bin, so you're going to know they're on Rising Tide. But code gate wise, difficult to know what the options are. They may have Audrey, well, they surely have Audrey somewhere in here. They may have a buzzsaw as well,
Keep drawing
but
good cards too many times.
it's going to be a challenge. Going to play down a Paladin, gain the credit back from Keiko, and then pay a Mayami as well. So all the pets are here, all the money's coming in, and we've got a little bit more to come off that daily cost as well. So money is looking good. This is a double. Is that a Let Them Dream? Or is that an off-board office? I think that's a Let Them Dream. Looks like it. So are we going to take a train and bottom it? Because yes, Let Them Dream does have additional text, which either you can bubble up or put to the bottom a agenda of your choice. You can even search from archives. Fascinating. So that's going to go on the bottom, and the rest of the deck's going to go on top. And then one of those is going to come back, the seamless launches, because of PD's ability. And then installing in the remote. So we're looking to rush that out pretty quickly. Interesting choice to go for Let Them Dream here. I guess wanting to feel safer, but maybe also to show a kind of a disincentive for the runner to want to interact with you, because you're saying, hey, look, the odds are thin because I buried one to the bottom. And here comes a pinhole running archives by the looks of it. Going to access and find out that that card is in fact just an agenda. That is a Midnight Arcology. That would explain the thoughts about YDL. I guess the inclusion of YDL and also the decision to not get it down straight away. 2 we're drawing. Might be a Bravado by the looks of it. 3 drawing again. And then last, are we going to Bravado and send it? Looks like it. Paying 3, we're going to pay 6 to res a Bran with no clicks left. So choice here to install for free. That looks like a sleep near, going to install inside. Very nice. And now, it's looking pretty safe there, but I think, yeah, we're just going to do the advance. Score out. That gets the Corp to 4 points now, so they just need to score a train. They draw 3, and then they also gain a YDO. Let's just bring up Arcology. It gives a very full hand to be able to gain an absurd amount of money with YDL here. Definitely a difficult situation for the Lu player here. Hasn't found any breakers or any way to get through any of this ice here. Drawing 2. There it is. Okay, there it is. The double Audrey's coming through. That's what was needed. But now also needs to find a way to trash. With this current state of cards and hands, the Corp is not going to be scoring this turn. There's no way they can big deal out of this if big deal is one of their options in their deck. Making a run on HQ here feels important to res at these opportunities. That is a flywheel. Is not the ice I would expect to see here. Game 1 major, just drawing a bunch of cards, gaining a bunch of credits. Letting them in. It's a very interesting decision, but I guess if you're going for big hands and speed, then it's an absurd amount of HQ being laid out on the table. No one has a dice for that. That is a drafter right there. Seeing 3 total, I believe. That's a Spin Doctor. Paying 2 from Fencer Bueno. We trash it so that we can get the Audrey counter. Then gaining 1 and drawing a card from Lu. And then accessing a 3rd card. And here accessing a YDL. So managed to thin the hand by 1 card. But that YDL is going to be paying a lot of money out in a second. We can see there are 2 agendas in there floating around. One's a train, one's a Midnight Arcology. So hoping to score the train. And then last click for the runner here, playing the price. Echelon gains 2 credits, discards another price, and I believe that might be a rising tide. Quite sure what that last card is. But that does give them a better way to be able to deal with things like Drafter here. And they've got the +2 Mew as well from Keiko, so they can comfortably support Order amongst a full Breaker suite. Now, a little bit of thinking to do for the Corp here, because there's a lot of options to them. You know, YDL putting 2 there, yeah, so the 2 laid down are just to offset the 2 gain, the 2 costs of the cards, and then count the rest. And then thinking what to do with the rest of this. We've got a lot of money, but and then going to also greasing the palm a card into the remote.
There's one card I really like.
And then also installing alongside it. So probably expecting to see Managarm here. There is a way for the runner to get in, because they can probably rush through the brand, although we know, and yeah, we know inside that it's a sleep near. Obviously the runner doesn't know this, but it does give them the opportunity to get in if they want to, if they run early enough against the brand. Looks like we also might have a single boomerang in hand, which could be pretty good at saving a click on the brand to click through it. Or otherwise you could accept that you're going to pitch 2 cards. No, even then, Audrey can only break 2 subroutines, so.
Oh, I didn't shuffle.
But then what's the other side? If it's an Anoetic Void, and this is a Melia's Luxury Liner, and they have 2 Seamless, which I don't think they do. I don't think it's possible for them to have. Then that could be a risk. Lots of thinking here for Diamond Deluxe to decide what is she going to do to take on the challenge in front of her. I think it would be safe to assume that the Corp is not going to be able to score a 3-pointer right now. But it could be possible.
Yeah, I know, that's the problem. the side of, usually I wouldn't respect it. Oh, fuck, that's too good.
Thinking hard. There is a pinwheel, a pinhole. So unfortunately, you'd be 50-50ing on what's in the server because they both came down at the same time. You don't know which one is the agenda, which one's the upgrade. There's also a boomerang to allow us to cheat through somewhere. There's also a twinning that we have, so we could see a few cards, but with PD and Let Them Dream being in the deck, that is not many agenda points available for the runner. It's 18 to 19 agenda points, I believe, for a 40-card deck, which technically is only 15 points available to the runner because Let Them Dream being less. So you have to find half of the cards in order to be able to win. Obviously, if you find the right ones, you might only need 3 cards, but in a lot of cases, you're going to be finding a 4th or a 5th card in order to make it happen, especially when the Corp is going to obviously deprioritize cards like Let Them Dream. And in this case, R&D has not been shuffled, and we know there is a Melia's Luxury Liner at the bottom of the deck. So, Boomerang coming through, used on the Brown, continuing, knowing that Audrey is available as a way to fix this up after. Pitching the Ashen to the bottom. Now, an interesting choice here is you could let the Corp trigger the middle ability on Sleipnir. You may shuffle a card from HQ or Archives into R&D just to force a shuffle, just to say, hey, now that Luxury Liner at the bottom of the deck is not quite at the bottom of the deck. It's an option. So they can get through. What's going to happen here? We've got, that is a humanoid resources, not an agenda. That's going to be very frustrating. But then we're going to find out what the other card is. Probably that is a Trank Grid. That's going down from the free Fencer credits. And now the deck gets shuffled from the Boomerang.
The baker's yes.
And good news is, using those Spencer credits has meant that order is now very happily fed. And with the way that the corp is set up, it's going to be difficult for them to purge and just lock out the ordering. Last click, they are going to draw and replenish their hand. Over to the corp, who they've got the agendas they need. They just need to find a way to score them, and they need to work out a way through here. They do have a good amount of credits, so 5 gained from the YDL. One of the nice abilities of Precision Design is that you can have an extra card in hand. So you can usually get, if you time it right, you can get up to a gain 5, which is very nice indeed, especially from only 2 credits as the baseline for it. And I guess thinking now here, do you want to install a card and also install an ice? But without the tools right now to be able to score a luxury liner, probably not worth it. I'm not sure what the hope is here in terms of what to install, what to steal. It looks like there's also a Managarm and a handout of delicious sweets going around the tables here. A little bit of thinking here for OX7F. Is this the time to push? Do you need to play something in there as bait? For example, you could put in just a Managarm on its own. Otherwise, you can hold the Managarm, wait to hope and find an Analytic Void if you're playing one, and that will give you a bit more opportunity. So what do we have going here on the runner side? Might I have no idea what that card is. I thought it could be like Daily Cast or something, but it doesn't look like it. Oh, it must be a event like Shore Gamble or something, because that was Miami credits coming off of that. Second, we're installing Tricks Attacker. Okay, now we have all of the pets. So I lied earlier. All 4 pets are out. The cards are a little glared. Are in fact all of the pets. One of each of them. Fenta Bueno, Paladin Bueno, Mystic Miami, and now we have Tricks Attacker at the end. Making a run. What do we find here? It's a Managarm. Usually you'd want to trash it now anyway, but even more for Lou because you get an extra count from Audrey. You also have a credit discount because you get a credit back and a card, and also you have a credit discount because the Fenta Bueno money is helping you pay for it to make it happen. And that looks like the Boomerang coming back into hand here. We're seeing a second card, that's an MIC. And then a last card, that is a Drafter. Very fortunate for OX7F there to not have any agendas come up there.
I think you saw it.
Yeah, I did see it. Yeah, you can look at it. One, next, steel, three, once say this one. Or no, that's Paladins. Paladin gets angry at me. Paladin, chill! That was one draw. I'm pretty sure just once.
So, is this the window?
Oh no, it's free.
If OX7F can get down, okay. Install, advance, and then are we going to stack the MIC on the outermost? I'm not sure if we have a way to score this final card, because I think our seamlesses are mostly in the bin here. So we're putting some pressure on and saying, hey, come and get this card. I'd be surprised if it's the train in here. I think the intention is to just try and score all the 2-pointers. They're a little bit easier overall to score and a little bit less risk. Here comes a Buzzsaw, which is going to open up a few more options. There is also the not Tinker Tailor, Tungsten Tailor.
Mine's been most
Tungsten Tailor helping reduce the strength of Sleipnir, as mentioned earlier, which is going to bring it down to 3 strength so that the Buzzsaw can just pay
I got a leech count.
2 credits to break everything, or 1 credit to break 2 of them, and you can let one of them fire if you want. Here we go, Boomerang on the Brown. Which is an interesting choice. It is effectively buying you a click, but realistically, you're probably going to want to boost through that card. Just making a run instead here. Gonna have to pitch 2 cards because you need to gain to 6 strength. It's only 5 strength because of Tungsten Tailor, but we need to gain to get to +3 twice. That is a strike one for 2 money. Pay 2 virus counters in order to break all the subroutines. Then continue on to the Sleipnir. All the way through to Access. That is a Midnight 3 Arcology. That is a steal. That's going to gain 4 money. 1 on each of the pets here, which is a huge amount of reward for stealing an agenda. I should play Anik. That sounds great. And now thinking about what to do with this last click. Managed to steal this, and then drawing at the end there. If I'm not mistaken, that looks like a transfer of wealth, which would be a very interesting include in this Lu deck, but no, okay, cool. It is a daily cast instead. Back over to OX7F. He has the train in hand. He just needs to find the window, and unfortunately, the runner's just a little bit too rich here. Draw 2, and then are we gaining a click back here? Gain 2.
I
Okay.
know you would consider putting on the board.
I think it's going to have to be install and then ice it as well. Okay, install and advance. And then discarding 1 card. So again, saying to the runner, you have to come and get this, or it's going to be a problem for you. Which is a lot easier than you think when the Trick's attacker is now paying for the Sleipnir. The only problem is Brown, which you can break 2 of them and click through the rest. But if you get to a point where your Audrey has nothing left on it, then that's the window that opens up for the court to be able to install advance the luxury liner train and try and win the final 3 points they need. Very interesting in choice of including Flywheel in here. It's not a card I would have thought of taking, but 2 influence as well. But it is a sentry. It's 3 strength. That's reasonably annoying, but it doesn't end the run. It just says, give me some money, give me some cards, which maybe is good enough. When people run it and face check it the first time, it's free to put this card down, which is maybe good enough. And maybe the card draw is just a good enough accelerant. So we're running here. Trashing Pinhole to the bottom, and then trashing a Keiko, so that we can get to strength, breaking 2 of the subroutines, then spending 1 for Sleipnir, and then continuing to access. That is another Midnight Arcology, again giving 4 credits as a reward, all through various different costs and things to pay for. Defensive point is not so bad. The Mamie is a bit more of a problem because also, remember the order is also based on cards in hand. So it's going to be a challenge. I think you're going to have to let some pets go here.
I'm on 1 credit, so that makes sense. Oh, you're on 1 credit. All right, that does make sense.
And right now, an Audrey with no counters left, which is going to be a challenge. It would be nice to have a cookbook and a Simmel chip here just to be able to bring back that Audrey when you need to. But maybe if a Rising Tide can be found, then that will solve the problems in front of the runner here. Okay, we're losing Mamie. Our last click is to play the class act for free. We're going to spend one to keep the fence for a round, which makes sense.
Actually, sorry.
And then load up that daily cast to finish our turn. So a very hefty credit pool, but just missing a single breaker. There could be a line here where you buffer drive to put the Rising Tide on top of your deck to draw it and make sure you have it when you need it. Especially now that we see this window of pushing heavily to install the luxury liner and basically saying, we both know what this is. If you come and get it, it's yours. And if you don't, I'm going to win with it. Definitely feeling rough for OX7F here because no other tools or tech coming along to help. And also with 15 credits, it feels like adding a bit more ice in a few places from hand where we know it is. It might have been a good option here just to make it a little bit more taxing. But even then, maybe you're denying inevitable. So we do, in fact, yeah, remove from game the buffer drive to put this card on top. Draw, play, pay all the way through. There's the luxury liner. And that is a very well played game by Diamond Deluxe there. Very, very close indeed. With the Corp going 4 points up, just not finding the defensive tech needed at the right times and to be able to go fast enough to stop the runner there from going through and taking the points all at the end when they needed to. It just became a situation where the runner could run when they needed to, go stop any attempts to score agendas and grab them out. And so if OX7F had found a single seamless, things might have looked a little bit different, but unfortunately that is the way the cards sometimes fall. Thank you everyone for joining and checking out this game. It's been a delight. It's good to have so many people here. Do let us know where everyone's tuning in from. It's be good to know were you hoping to come along today and it's a little too far and you're in the UK, or are you checking out from America to find out what the competition's like? Or are you training, looking at what people are playing so you can come along to Reading next week, where I'll be streaming as well in order to crush the Reading competition and take the title away from last year's winner. That is what I would love to find out from you all. Let's do a little switch over now to the scoreboard as it is right now. This is the scoreboard from last round, so it will have been updated in a bit. We have currently no one is undefeated because this was at the end of round 5. So everyone here has experienced at least one loss, but at the top we have LL Bluemeyer, Bosley, Not Yeti, and Motion Blur all at the top here. We've got 2 Melias, 1 PD, and 1 Ob, 1 Lou, 2 Seb, and a Zaya. So no Shaper represented, and no MBN represented, but that is because the only MBN here today is this Nebula deck that currently has won twice, maybe has won a third time. I will find out shortly when I go and speak to them. But anyway, we will be back for the next round. We've got 12 minutes left on this round, and then we will come back in about 17 to 22 minutes time for round 7 of 8, where we're going to focus again on these top tables to get some of the best competitive content and some of the best decks around on stream, so that you can find out what people are playing right now and what you might want to take some insight from. But anyway, we're now going to go on break, and I will see you back shortly.
How do I win? I think you do point 15 every turn for the rest of the game. Yeah, you'll probably win. Run archives that are needed. Yeah.
Hello everyone, welcome back to round 7 of 8 here at the London Regionals. It has been a very exciting tournament so far.
Quick one before we start this round. So we are
Just a small announcement happening.
penultimate round. Ricky's waiting. For some of you. Like, remember what you're fighting for here. Just a quick one after this, so we will be going to the pub. It's called the Eating Street Tavern. It's a really nice place, great craft beer. Kevin, over here, just the way, will be taking you there after because I have to do admin. If you would like to talk about pizza, hit me up on the way over. I can sort out an order for you. Okay, on that note, you have 40 minutes on the round. Your time starts momentarily.
The time is starting momentarily. We've just had a quick announcement about pizza, just so everyone knows what's happening afterwards. But back to Netrunner. We have an interesting pair of decks here. We've got Dolbol's Poetry, the only Poetry player today. And then we also have Essa, the only Essa player today in Cobra Bubbles. Two experienced and very good players. So it'll be an interesting matchup. And it'll be interesting to see what the Essa is doing. I've heard that the Essa is not too exciting in Essa, so don't expect some crazy out of this world thing to happen. But it's, you know, it's still got the Essa tricks, and those Essa tricks will matter against Poetry because sabotage can be a problem. Let's bring up the text of Poetry to remind ourselves of how this ID works. So, the text here, whenever you score an agenda, look at the top 3 cards of R&D, you may install a non-agenda card from among them. And whenever an agenda is stolen, you may install a non-agenda card from HQ. So, you like installables, you can only install non-agendas with it though, so that tells people what's going on. And we've also seen this deck before from Dolbolt here. I'm going to assume this is a mulligan into this because we see already 3 agendas. I'm going to draw first. This is looking really awful. We're just going to jam a Nico in there and just hope that why would Essa possibly want to run HQ? If she does, it would be for sabotage, which might be a very painful sabotage indeed. But also, you know, a few of these I let them dream, so we don't mind so much. They're only worth 1 point to a runner, so it's fine. And there we go. That is looking into a Marrow there, which is going to be very nice to have early on as Essa. So from the court was draw, install, ice up a Nico to let it start cooking away. Try and give the runner something to focus on. Playing a card here. This is a Ghost Tongue, I believe. Losing the Marrow, which is a bit of a shame. That is 1 core damage on the card there. Probably not the card we want to lose, but there'll be more Marrows for sure. Now, order events are a little bit cheaper, and then playing an event here. This is a run event on this remote, but I do not know which run event this is. So we're going to have to figure that out from what happened here on the table. We're going to raise a Fly Swatter here to purge and end the run. And then because 1 subroutine resolved, yes, we're going to draw a card because it is a Raindrops, as I suspected. And that Raindrops costs 0. So gains 3 credits and draw a card and force the corp to read the piece of ice. Looks very good indeed. And then a free the price. This Ghost Tongue is going to provide a lot of value here. We can see that looks like maybe that's a strike fund. Yep, taking 2 credits there. We're going to install the daily cast. And we can also see there's some influence on Creative Commission, which is a little surprising considering the extra economy options in the game. But sometimes it's just what you need. And then drawing as last. So Declan has managed to hold out here. Rezzing the Nico, gonna give us a credit net. And then, very thankful there to draw into that Spin Doctor. Although you don't want to overdraw here because there will be sabotage, so there'll be reasons enough for you to put things in the bin. And then we're going to see, okay, we are going to discard 1. I do wonder if, with the threat of sabotage and the desire of the runner to, trigger core damage, that you might be able to get away with waiting for cards to leave your hand through other means naturally. But now we've got some assets down. When S are working out what to do, gonna go run the Spin Doctor. It's gonna get popped. We're gonna look at what we've got here. We've got an Ingatan and a Let Them Dream. Those are gonna go back into the deck, which makes sense because those are our points, and we don't want the runners to have those. Even though there are actually some times, whereas poetry, you may want to let the runner make a run. Here we see a running hot. Now, are we gonna do it? Are we gonna say I'm gonna pitch 2 agendas into archives? I believe that was just 1 sabotage there. Should have been 2 sabotage, but we'll move on from that. Oh, maybe there were 2 there. Okay. Now, there is a working prototype in hand, and that daily cast would be very nice to send back, but it looks like it's going to take a while to do that. We have an asset here on the table. That looks like a regolith to my eyes. Just controlling these assets here. Here comes down a paladin, which is going to help give a little bit more money and make that money stretch a little bit more. But this ghost tongue is going to really tear through Bulb's deck. Having just an extra credit, basically every card saying you also get an extra credit, is just going to do a lot for making sure you can afford to trash everything else. So here there's the question of, do you want to go really ballsy here? Install, yep. Could also install the Spin Doctor afterwards. Okay, we take the install here, gonna trash and take that down. Then start of turn, we take the money from Nico, gain 3, and then we will draw a card per turn. And unfortunately, that is yet another agenda, which is not looking great. So it's going to be installed on Red Spin Doctor. Yeah, expected. There is a fully up, but we're just looking for a piece of ice here. Draw. Probably just installing an eco, yeah. Very rough here. We've seen 1 piece of ice in basically every single agenda in the deck. A few things ticking up. Gaining 2 from the daily casts. The Paladin spends the credits on the Marrow here, going to 3 core damage, however, getting additional hand size. So I think we may be back to normal hand size here. Marrow +3. It is +3 hand size, so back to normal. Which is going to make things a little bit easier. And also force the court to make a tough decision here. What goes, what stays. Also trying to assess what this deck has in it. If it is running Audrey, I know that that is a particular weakness for Dolbob here. Audrey is just a hell of a card that can just eat through things. So, could be a challenge. Thinking about the sabotage here. Unless we're doing 2 from the top here. Do you think you kind of need to accept that the working prototype is not going to be hugely valuable here? Nope. We're running for an access. That's a flood the market. It's going to be useful for Cobra Bubbles to know that that's what this deck is on and how this deck plans to win out the game. Now looking at archives to shuffle back with the Spin Doctor. We've got 2 agendas there. Fortunately, it feels like that has to be the things that go back. Okay, we're doing 1 and a fully up. Interesting.
Yeah. I discarded 2 cards.
And then the Nico pays off, fully earning all the money, which is very good, and drawing a card as well. Now we have space to actually put something in and start trying to score, and also getting things down so we can actually play the fully op for 3 triggers, which is very nice, and take 2 cards. I imagine we're going to take 4 credits now because we don't have a click left. Maybe, yeah, I think, yeah, we're taking 4 credits. We've got to be careful. We don't want to discard too many things because Essa is looking to put things in that bin with the extra ability that she has of creating core damage. That looks like a steel skin being played for free. Very nice. Now they're running thinking out what else to do with their turn. Needing to find breakers because right now there is not a way to interact, and also knowing we've seen a flood the market, so we know that we need to find a way through to be able to trash some of these assets behind ice, because otherwise they're providing fully up value and they're providing flood the market value. So drawing for turn, unfortunately another agenda. First we're going to draw, then we're going to install, and then probably we're going to just jam something behind it to let them dream. It's only worth 1 point to the runner, so it feels pretty safe to put behind there. Now, on 17 credits, so as soon as the runner forces the red piece of ice, that working prototype's probably going to flip so that we can maybe make the possibility of getting it up to the counters it needs. I believe it's 5 counters it needs, though, so that might take a bit of time. It does feel like a little clunkier card to be able to make happen, particularly with just the unfortunate board state that's come up where no ice for a while, no way to defend these assets, and therefore no way to get these reses that do something. Very was thinking here. On 10 credits, got a paladin, got a daily cast. In fact, more than 10 credits, 13 credits. We've got 1 point, but so running HQ here finds a flood the market. So 50% there to be able to find an agenda. Running back again, going for singles here. That is a Project Ingatan. That's 3 total points for the runner now. Are they going to run 1 more time? Nope, just drop down a daily cast again. It's the 3rd daily cast. You can see all 3 of them at once right now. Ready to go, ready to pay out. 2 credits each a turn. Now, corpse side, throwing for turn. Find a drafter, very nice. Draw again. Just another agenda. They've just really bubbled up to the top here for Dolbob. Surely that drafter has to go down somewhere. Drawing first. Second, in fact. And then jamming in a remote. And then that's going to be their turn, I think. Okay, sorry, I miscounted the clicks. Yeah. Getting a Sleipnir on HQ. Sleipnir is such a beautiful card to have on HQ. So fortunately for Dolbob here, who's having a difficult game, only has leaked 3 points, even though he has probably touched about 15 worth of points in his hands this game so far. First comes the price. It's free because of Ghost Tongue. See what oh gosh, no idea what any of these are. That is a Light the Fire at the end there. I think that might be a Gashapon as the first one. We're going to take, is that perhaps an Audrey? Played in the program row, so it very much might be. And that could be worrying news for Deckme. No, it's a Begamot. Because we've taken a core with it. And that's going to let's get through some barriers very cheaply, but unless we have a way to make things into barriers, It's not doing much at the moment. Losing 2 from the top of R&D there. Now, Dolborg in a position where if he can get 1 more card and server down, he can place 4 advancements with Flood the Market, which means he can score most things from his hand. However, there is definitely a line where this poetry deck gets to the point where it has five remotes with 4 things behind them, and then you can drop down your Malaya's Luxury Liner, and then you can put 5 advancements on it and score it straight away and gain a click back to play fully up, for example. But here we're going to see a great opportunity for some fully up value. Interesting to see the decision here. Could be risky to put down Malaya's and the Drafter. Probably more likely that people go for the newer server, so probably not quite the right play, but maybe you just accept that a little bit less value on the fully up is still very good value, especially with the absurd amount of credits that the runner has right now, the corp has right now. There's also the option of Flood the Marketing to score the first thinking about it, I think because that is Drafter. It's not exactly what you want to put your Malayas behind, but maybe it is right. Maybe in this situation where you feel like you're a little backed out. No, okay, going for the safe line, playing fully up. Got 4 triggers here, so it's going to be 2 cards. Could be another 2 cards, and then going to be 4 credits. Up to 23 credits, and now we've got 2 installs to do, so we're going to build yet another remote with Drafter and what looks like an economic asset in there. And discarding the I've got the name of the card. I can't find the name of that card. Welcome reception, warm reception. There we go. Ditching a warm reception to archives there. Down comes the Tungsten Tailor, and as expected, going after the final remote here, resing the working prototype. We've got loads of money to do it. Let's just res this Drafter. Now, not sure what this card is here. Could be an Audrey, but seemingly is a Sentry Breaker. Choosing not to interact with the card behind, which is interesting. Especially on 14 credits. And with 2 daily casts, so you've got 6 more credits coming in. Running R&D here. Yeah, not sure what the secondary program is we have here, the green program. So now working prototype up to 3, which means we're open to be able to bouncing something back pretty soon. Although we don't have assets on the table to be able to do that with. Oh, it's an auto campaign at the end there. I guess the thought being that Otto, the first time you res it, it doesn't do anything. However, now we've opened up the opportunity to flood the market, to put 4 advancements on this, let them dream and score it for 2 points, letting us go and find an agenda, or and add it to hand, or we can find one and bury it, or we can search archives as well. We're going to take a train and put it to the bottom. Makes sense. Layers luxury liner. To the bottom it goes. Just to make sure there's a few less chances to win up with R&D there. Then triggering poetry. Look at the top 3, install a non-agenda. We can choose the Peter Vice or an Otto here. Or an eco, in fact. So we're going to install an Otto. This also means we know that it's safe, but also we have to deal with the marrow, which is a very easy one for people to forget, but marrow does in fact say when the corp scores an agenda, they sabotage one as well. And that, I think, is the turn? Or is there space for another action here? Are we going to install a new remote here off to the side? I believe that is a Nico campaign there. And if Cobra Bubbles installs any kind of resource that's worth doing something about, then you can be sure that working prototype is going to bounce it back to hand. Especially when considering the credit total that Doorbob currently has, probably not going to be needing to use each of those counters to do something. That is a warm reception, in fact. Paying 2 to trash that. Then going to draw. Thinking next, we've seen one new card come down. I believe that might be a Rising Tide. Is this a different Rising Tide? No, it can't be a Rising Tide. That is a different card. I've seen the alt art before, but I do not remember what it was. So we're going to find out when cards get interacted with. So we're just pointing out that that was the new card there. Going to run this server. Find out. Octo, I believe. And now that program is gone. Okay. Resing here an Otto. And gaining a counter on working prototype. There is a line with working prototype where you just bounce the paladin just for a little bit of economic denial, but not doing a lot. The other way is obviously by spending 5 counters, you gain 6 rather than gaining 3 for a click, which may be necessary. But now we're at 4 servers, so any 4-2 can just be, or 2-4 can just be installed and advanced, or even over advanced if it is a Ingatan. Installing a working prototype here and resing it so that we can get the 5th counter here, then using all of these, icing it up as well, and then gaining 6 money and sending the paladin back to the top of the deck. I forget, yeah, it's to the top of the stack, so not only is it uninstalling the card and denying the credit that was on it, but also putting that card 1 click away because you have to go and draw it before you can even play it. So a real setback. I was thinking earlier on, this working prototype stuff, is it really worth it? But even putting a paladin with 1 credit on it back on top of the deck is a pretty huge setback for the corp here. It's the kind of thing where things can snowball out. But now we have finally reached 5 remotes. That is the Sleipnir being rezzed. We're now going to find out if any of these cards that Cobra Bubbles is playing are in fact breakers that can get through it. Nope, it's going to fire, draw a card, may shovel a card from HQ or Archives into R&D. So some nice S attack there against all the sabotage. Going to take a look at all these face downs. So they're very evenly distributed amongst everything else because of the sabotage. Do we have any agendas in here? There is an agenda in here, so probably putting that back. Otherwise, it could be a flood the market if we want to look for ways to push forward and close out the game. Because I think the 1-3 there, yeah, flood the market goes back as a face down, so not announced. The 1-3 in the bin is the sports matter related one that I've forgotten the name of, that you want the runners to win. Let's find that card. Mega pre-qualifier, that's the one I was looking for. Yeah, you want them to score to steal the first one, because then it means all the rest of yours are worth more points. It means that they are worth 2 points instead, which is important because that is how you're going to close out this game more easily. Because then if you score a single Mega Pre, and then with these 5 servers right now, I mean, it's not looking good for Cobra Bubbles. They're up on points, but right now in hand, there is a luxury liner, and there is... Okay, so we run archives. I'm going to see a bunch of things. I'm going to take the 2 agendas from there. I believe they are both Mega Pre qualifiers. So going up to 5 total agenda points for Cobra Bubbles. Just needs to touch an agenda now. And then the Corp scoring a non-agenda card from hand. Last click. Gonna run this face down card. Oh, running R&D. Popping the spin in order to thin out the deck, I think. Coming with the downside that you are risking bubbling up the Malaya's luxury liner. So it might be that this is the time when actually you don't want to make that spin happen. Certainly flood the market coming back. And then what is the best thing to support it? A ablative makes sense. Lets you install something when you need to. But yeah, now that Malaya's luxury liner is higher up, and somehow the runner seems to have a 5th click here, maybe from a running hot. So probably more than 5 clicks really. But it does mean that if there's a luxury liner, it's going to feel pretty bad. It's not. It's a piece of ice. It looks like a fire swatter there. So now the position has stabilized quite a lot on Dorbulk side. And the Corp just finishing up, the runner just finishing up their turn, yeah. Now moving back to the Corp, they gain, oh my gosh, in fact, they also gain credits. Are they just going to, I think this might be a win right here. Gaining all of the triggers, drawing for turn, install Malays for first click, then playing Flood the Market to place 5 advancements to gain a click back, and then sabotaging, and then the sleeper card on the table for this whole time. Advance, 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 score out the Mega Pre-Qualifier. Very well played. What an excellent game. The way that this deck can go from just 2 points in its score area to winning in a turn is fascinating. And we saw Declan there with the Syncler Cyclotron, thinking about, do I need to play this? Does it do anything? In this moment, it didn't, but it can make that line a little bit easier in future if you need to also score a Let Them Dream after. But yeah, very well played by both players there. A very close, tight game, and just squeezed for at the last moment to get all those points in a turn. Very well done. That is it for round 7 of the Netrunner London Regionals. It's all Swiss today, so we're coming down to the closing bits. We're just going to switch over to have a look at the current scoreboard. This is as of last round, so it won't have the most updated things, but we currently have 2 players that are on 5 of 6 wins at the time, Motion Blur and Bosley. So they're looking in very high stead. Hopefully we will see, honestly, either of these matchups seem pretty great. We haven't seen a Seb yet, so it would be nice to see a Seb get played against the Melees, or otherwise seeing a Zaya, which is an interesting choice of criminal against a Rush PD, will be a delight to see too. And depending on this last round, what else could happen? We could have any of these 12s jump up. So we have a Seb here and a possibly undefeated Ob from New Poldrix. Simon Deluxe, who has won on stream here. Now we also have Freeden with Nebula, which is going to be my priority because this Nebula is currently still undefeated. So I would love to see what this Nebula is doing in the final round. and what it will come up against. Possibly a Seb, possibly a Lou, and possibly even it will come up against an Az, depending on strength of schedule. But it doesn't look like it will be that. We'll have to find out and see. Thanks for everyone for stopping by and checking it out. We've got 11 minutes left on the round, so we'll be back in about 15 minutes time after a little break in order to find out what's going on and see hopefully this Nebula game on stream. So 15 minutes time, that will be, if I can type correctly, 18:05 UTC. I look forward to seeing you all then. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to the final round here today at the London Regionals. We've got an interesting one here. Someone has brought along a Nebula deck. They are the only MBM player and the only Nebula player, of course. And they brought along a Nebula that's doing pretty well. And it's doing some interesting things, I think. So we're going to find out what's going on here and check out how things are looking. There is a chance that during this, the microphone dies, so hopefully it doesn't, because it would be nice to be able to tell you all about this wonderful game that's going on. And we've got it up against Diamond Deluxe playing Lou. I believe we saw we saw Diamond Deluxe play this deck earlier, where she won on stream. So she is back again to see if she can be undefeated on stream today. Frieden doing a mulligan here, I think, because he found a bunch of agendas earlier. And yeah, we're going to see what happens next. So, draw for turn for the Corp here. Looks like a Klavetnik there, and then a few different other cards. First is Predictive for 3 cards, which is going to give us a credit and a flip at the end of turn because of Nebula's text. Then a World's YDL to gain something like 5 credit. Yeah, 5 credits there. Slightly better than Hedge Fund. And then Ice Up HQ. And now 6 left, so we're going to have to discard 1. That looked like a Spin Doctor there. And then we flip over to Gamelang Arena. So, what are we doing here? That looks like a sure gamble. Then Bravado straight into HQ, not messing about. It's into a Unsmiling Serevna. Now, a lot of these cards, I've forgotten what they do. I used to play a lot of Nebula, but it's been a while. So, Unsmiling Serevna. When you raise the side turn on the server, you may have the run again too. If you do, they cannot break these things. It doesn't matter because there's no stuff here. They'll get a tag, 2 net damage, and you may draw 2 cards. Losing a Audrey there. Pretty rough. And looks like we lost another program as well there. Not quite sure what that one is, but it's an Anak program. Now we're accessing 1 from all of these cards. It's going to be an agenda. That is a king making, which tells us a little bit how this deck is trying to close out the game, which is going to be trying to put some 1-point agendas into basically score a 4-2 for 3 points. And also gaining a bunch from the Bravado there. And then down comes, that is it looks like a Mystic Mayhem to me, but we spent 3 for some reason. Then comes down a Spin Doctor, opening up some options. Got quite a lot of agendas in hand, so it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Predictive, probably planning to overdraw here. Oh no, Predictive for 3 credits. Then install and then flip. Now we've got 2 Centrals, both iced, which is going to make it a little bit harder to force the flip back on Nebula's Gamelang Arena. Let me just bring up the flip side. The first time each turn you play an operation, you'll gain a click. And when the runner makes a successful run on HQ or ROD, we flip the identity back. So they present the challenge of, I'm going to play an operation every turn, and you're going to have to find a way to get through and flip me back. Now down comes Keiko as well to start giving more money. As I was told earlier, there are 6 Rozekis in Anak right now, all of the pets. There is also Keiko that gives you a credit a turn usually, and then also you have the Tungsten Tailor as a new option for gaining a credit every turn, as long as you break a piece of ice that you want to. Okay, now we're getting into the interesting stuff. Gaining an operation. This is so we can play
That was almost game loss.
to draw. Let me just find this card. What's it called? Top-down solutions. There we go. And then, how did we score this? I have no idea how we scored this agenda, but it has happened. Oh yeah, we just advanced it 3 times, of course. So upgrade and the Tega tag Now back over to the Corp. They're going to play an operation that looks like it might be a greasing the palm. And then pay 3 to score an embedded reporting. That gets them to 4 points. Just need to score a king making now to get the finish.
Credit, charm, transfer.
And also we're now on threat 3, so if Sudden Commandment is in the deck, although a little bit poor to make it happen, but Sudden Commandment can be, with a flip Gemelang, a way to score a 4-2 from hand if you have any card that would let you place an advancement or install a card, which are the kind of things you're going to put in a Nebula deck.
Not bad on this turn.
And it looks like we've got 2 pets on the table, just ticking up. We've got 3 on this Miami that we want to spend, but also we need to find a way through and a way to make them flip. We just need to find a Sentry Breaker or force them to res the other ice. They've only got 5 credits, so forcing them to res the other ice makes a big difference. But not knowing what it is, it could be another Unsmiling Seraphin, which might not be the kind of price we're looking to pay. It might be too much of a setback. Diamond Deluxe thinking through the options here. How is she going to tackle this? She's going to run Archives first. Forcing a Spin Doctor to shuffle cards back. I imagine it will be some face downs, yep. Probably it was 2 agendas because Frydan has been very flooded throughout this game. And now Miami for a strike fund, just to keep Miami happy for now. And then we have the Echelon in hand, so we also have a Trickster Attacker sitting around. What is going to happen next? 2 clicks left for the runner this turn. Echelon is painfully expensive to get through the Unsmiling Seraphin. 1 click left this turn. The Attacker comes down from the Paladin, which, yes, is good because it's an extra credit next turn, which may be what's needed to install 2 things and then 2 Icebreakers and then be able to get through the Unsmiling Seraphin, because obviously Echelon has a little bit of difficulty getting over 2 strength because it's just too much. Either that or a Tinker Tailor would be, a Tungsten Tailor would be an option here. So click 1 is installing Spin Doctor, resing it to draw a bunch of cards, then playing... wow, I really need a card reader on this. I've forgotten the name of all of these cards because I haven't played Nebula in so long. This is the one where you gain 3 and you choose if the runner gets 2. Installing an extra on HQ. Makes sense because of the unknowns of R&D. Again, just trying to, as Nebula, hold out and be able to score from hand is the position you want to be in. With 4 points already and king making in the deck, it is possible that if Diamond Deluxe leaves it too long, that Frydan will find the cards he needs to put 3 points into his score area in 1 turn from hand. Now, Diamond Deluxe, unfortunately, coming up against Nebula, a very difficult challenge for Lou because there are not many trashables. Spending money here for a sure gamble, spends 5, gains 9. In fact, gains 10 because of Keiko. Second picks are Echelon, and I think this might be Tungsten Tailor.
before you access.
Which means that now we can get through reasonably efficiently, although not that efficiently, the Unsmiling Survivor. And they're making a run here. Any kind of damage here, pretty fatal. That is a Clavetnik, so that's just going to end the run there. And give the Corp yet another turn of the option to be able to score out of hand. Corp draws a turn. And obviously the options here are also, the Corp can just try to find all the 3-2s and just score all of them. Playing an operation there. I believe that's Operation Draw Install. Now, runner, draw. Thinking about spending a memory credit for Steel Skin. Yep. They do gain a credit there from the Keiko, which may have been missed. It has been a long day, so missed triggers are a possibility here. And again, yeah, it's just a waiting game now. Bryan just needing to hold out, find the things he needs to either score 2-3s or a king making with an extra point. And here is the Piranhas. It's going to be one bad publicity gained. Which it is a sentry, but I think it's going to fire here because it's a very expensive sentry to get through. Oh, in fact, no, it's a code gate, so it was definitely going to happen. Draw a card, do a net damage, and end the run if there are more cards in HQ than in the grip. And that is definitely going to be the case because last turn, Diamond Deluxe went down to 0 cards in hand.
Oh, you're dead? I'm drawing amazing. This is way better.
I mean, that was like
fire drawing. That's not how the deck usually plays. I swear, it takes longer than this. No, 100%, you're dead.
So back over to the Corp here.
Yeah.
Just again, trying to find the cards they need to get the win they need to make happen. But also now, very low on credit. That's, by the looks of it, 3 credits, which is very far from the money you need to be able to score out of hand quite a few options. So that looks like that's a petty cash there. Gain 2, and are we gonna yep, install.
Good idea.
And then advance twice. And then Moonpool. Wow, okay. To reveal trash 2 cards, remove from game, reveal up to 2 agendas from archives, shuffle them in. Are we doing it? Are we pushing here to try and find the final one? That is king making. So it's just a question of whether in these top 2 cards Bryan can find it. Let's see. It's draw up to 3 cards. Gonna draw all 3. And if he can find a 1-pointer, then he will have an undefeated Nebula deck that he'll be able to post on Netrunner DB and say Nebula undefeated at London Regional. 1, 2, 3, and there's the final point. Very well played. Fascinating to see a Nebula deck here. Doing some weird stuff. Not too weird, but a little bit unusual. Like the Moonpool in there is not expected. And yeah, just some pretty nasty ice on centrals. If you just can't find the things you need, the Amaze Amusement is a pretty frustrating addition. Just enough spiky things to make it difficult for the runner, who unfortunately didn't quite find the things that they needed to get in. But very well played by both of them. I am so happy to see a Nebula do something, because it's been so long. I just think of the meme where the guy's poking it with a stick do something, do something, and maybe Nebula can do something now. We will see. Maybe this is just a one-hit wonder at the London tournament, but maybe it will go on to do a few more good things in future. But that is it. That is all 8 rounds complete today. We've got 25 minutes left on the round, so I might go over, grab some people, bring them over, do little interviews, chat to them, see what they think, and we can find out a little more insight while we wait for the final scores to come out, and then we can have a look at who is winning the tournament today. Let me just make sure I add all of the sources I need for inviting some people over.
Wow. I think I only had like 3
In
games.
fact, I can just pull the people that are right next to me. Let me just add the right things I need.
Oh, we've got the. Yeah, he really.
Right, everyone, we are back at the London Regionals. I am joined here by Mihir.
Hey, it's me, the notorious shit take capital.
How's your London Regionals experience been?
I did way better than I expected, considering I brought decks that were just fun and like decent, but not like I didn't think they were the best decks by far. But I went 4-1-3, so 4-1-1, 5-1-1. Can I go up to 8? How many rounds was it? I only lost. I lost 1 game. I drew 1 game, and I won all the rest.
6-1-1.
6-1-1.
Yeah.
There you go.
And how was your split for runner and court? 3 on each?
So runner's undefeated, 3-0-1, and
Wow.
Corp lost 1 game in
Okay.
round 1. It was meant to be streamed, but somebody forgot to. No, I'm joking.
Nah, it's not my fault. It's
I bel-
computers or something.
yeah,
It's the fact that we don't have a massive Patreon backing that will let me buy a brand new MacBook with the latest specs every single month. That's what we're missing out on.
Support small streamers.
Exactly.
Yeah,
we've
that
got
round 1 was a complete
Feel
blowout.
free to interrupt.
Yeah.
Would you like some of these cards?
I have all of them.
You have all.
I have all.
I don't know if I have the seamlesses. Maybe I don't have the seamlesses.
Give
Well, there we
give
go,
it a try.
stream. I've just won
I do like these streamers.
3 nice seamlesses, which is good because I was playing seamless in my Melia's deck, and I think that's not too bad.
I
quite
guess
like it.
playing 1 seamless, but I wouldn't go above 1.
I just thought it was quite a good card.
I
Like,
mean, it's a good card.
like
it's seamless, right?
HB is like,
Yeah.
I can get a card from archives, I'll get the seamless back.
Yeah,
so I
exactly
thought
right.
maybe you can
The
melee.
thing, the thing about Melius is that the influence is you have a lot of things you want to spend influence on, between like brand, defensive upgrades, good ice, other good ice like Sleipnir. I've seen people spend it on.
Yeah.
Flashing
Sleipnir
is
is
also a
doing
good
good
choice.
stuff.
Event Horizon. I don't think Event Horizon is worth it. It's 3 influence, a bit too much expensive. Planogram even is worth playing. It's a lot of cards.
Yeah.
So I would not spend more than 1 copy of Seamless because I don't think you need more than 1. You can recur it and scare the runner by not. You know. But it is a good card. I mean, Seamless Launch is one of the best cards in the system gateway. We know this.
Yeah. My additional question to you is, obviously, this is one of the first big tournaments of many.
Yeah.
I think there have been some other tournaments, but this one's pretty big as well.
Yep.
It gives you a lot of insight into what the meta's looking like, what Netrunner will look like over the next weeks, months, and maybe into UK Nationals, etc.
It's
Has
the
any-
EMEA consonants now. You can't call it UK Nats.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm an out of touch streamer returning. So, my question is, has anything changed on what you've seen today that makes you go, I think we might see more of this than I planned for, or maybe I thought this was going to be good, but it just doesn't look like
I'm
it's worked out.
surprised people aren't playing Flood PD as much as I thought they would be. Which is strange because I think that's one of the best decks you could be playing. But also, I do understand that a lot of people have decided that Anarch is the way to go between Seb, which is very clearly the best runner, and Lou, who's also a very solid runner in my opinion, probably the second best, but harder to say. And those Flood PD decks, or Flood Poetry in the case of Declan,
Yeah.
Dolbo, we may know him as, does struggle with Audrey. It really struggles with Audrey. That is like the card you want against that matchup. But I was really expecting to see more, especially since this is more of a UK thing than it is general meta. We just like playing Crim a lot, even when it's not good.
Yep, we like playing disgusting MBN
And we like playing
and Crim.
Yeah. It's funny,
Um,
the most honest faction and the least honest faction, you could argue.
And yeah, the criminal stuff has been interesting.
And
We've
I think
seen a
Crim-
lot of Vic.
Yeah, we've seen
But
a lot of Vic.
I'm thinking maybe a little bit overrepresented because it's new, it's
Yeah.
shiny. Try
I
it
did not
out.
bring Vic. I wanted to prove the Vic haters wrong, the Vic lovers wrong, and I was right because I went 3-0-1 on Az. I didn't lose a game.
I mean, probably someone on Vic went 4-0 though.
I don't think so. I think the top.
They might
oh
not
no,
have, actually.
Declan might. We might see a 4-0 Vic. To be fair.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still progressing. Hopefully, we'll see that. But yeah, I think Vic. If people start playing the Flood the Market PD, Flood the Market Poetry, maybe even Flood the Market and NBN, because I've heard apparently Frydan's on this absolute crazy.
I didn't see any Flood the Market in there.
Oh, is he not? Okay.
There was a moon pool.
There's a moon pool. Oh,
Yeah, it's
what the
king
hell?
making, scoring some 1 point.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, it's just kind of like normal Nebula,
Except with moon pool, I
but
think
playing Unsmiling Cerebna and
Yeah.
Piranhas and stuff, just to kind of
Yeah.
spiky annoying
Good-
stuff,
good.
as opposed to saying,
really, really annoying ice, right?
yeah, as opposed to saying I'm going to end the run. When you play Unsmiling Cerebna, it's always going to cost them 3.
I think NBN's ice situation is kind of a sorry state in my opinion. I think
Yeah.
Piranhas is very good ice. Ping's obviously arguably the best 2-cost ice in the game.
Yeah.
And then all the other ice kind of sucks. Like
Yeah.
literally, like Cerebna's fine. Cerebna's fine.
I guess the only one they got new that seems pretty good is Grubber,
Grubber's
but,
not good. Grubber's
but it's only on Centrals, right?
Grubber's no Grubber on the remote doesn't cause a blood pound, but like the problem with Grubber is that A, it's not a
Yeah.
real gear check, and B, it's res 5 break 6 at worst, which is Brand's right there.
That's true. Yeah.
Boto is right there. Even Logjam beats it, which is in that same price range. Envelopment completely destroys it. But obviously, Envelopment is special.
Yeah.
Grubber to me is just like not. It's so many problems with it for no real reason. I think NBN should be just given a good big ice. Leth was also released. Leth is to me awful, genuinely awful.
Yeah, it feels like it's in there because you want to play you want to unleash it or something.
Yeah, you want to unleash it, right?
But
We,
how do
we
you
have
even...
self-growth program at home.
Yeah.
But like
what
the
does it
stats
do?
on this ice is just bad. I'm going to be honest. And,
And
it
it doesn't
loses to any ice cheat.
And it doesn't even end the run.
Yeah, it doesn't end the run.
Like,
It loses to any ice. Boomerang beats it. Botchless beats it.
if this said end the run as a third
Yes,
subroutine,
it would be a much better ice. 100%. I play.
but it wouldn't even be. It wouldn't even be like broken.
Yeah, it'd be
it
good.
would just
It would
be,
be good.
just be expensive.
I mean, it'd be good. It'd be good. It'd be
Yeah.
a good ice then. But like, it doesn't say it in the run. And I know some people were like, it gives a tag. But if against NBN you're running at unresed ice and not expecting to get tagged, you are not playing against NBN correctly.
Yeah.
So I don't see why the tag matters compared to any of your other ice, which also can tag and is much cheaper. I think the best NBN ice is still the stuff in System Gateway, basically, right? Ping and Piranha, not Piranhas. What's the other one? Funhouse.
Yeah.
And Piranhas is pretty good. We have not seen any Eddie. I'm very sad about that. I was hoping that to land because it seems
Any
cool. Editorial division.
Oh yes. Yeah. I mean, I tried to deck build with it. I picked it up. I looked at it, and I just thought, this is too much work to have to
Yeah.
deck build for. I'm just gonna build the easy Malaise Glacier deck
Well, it's
because it just looks like the other
It's
ones.
the deck I recommend if you just don't want to think too hard.
Yeah.
There is skill to piloting. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of skill you but it's fundamentals. Just Glacier, play good.
Yeah.
Panic Piranha 3.0.
Because yeah, the thing I miss is I really liked the Cable Carnage, Table Carnage.
Yeah,
What was it? Earth Station?
It's new F hub, right?
New Earth Hub,
Oh, what is it? NEH,
where
yeah.
yeah, you just put loads of things out,
Like you got,
and
like,
then
Reaper
it-
functions.
yeah,
and
it's just
traps.
all asset spam, and it was just a
We don't have
fun
a
challenge.
deck. Like we have Epiphany, I guess. It's probably the closest thing to like a true asset spam where
Yeah.
we're not icing most of our assets.
But it just feels like you have to ice things now because
Yeah,
there's
it's-
too many
it's a
good
water-
options
It's mostly because of water, I think.
there. Yeah, but I just think also just in every faction there are good ways to deal with asset spam.
Oh, I mean, Crim can
Like,
folds to asset spam.
Criminal
in
just
my
has more money.
opinion. I think Criminal usually loses to Epiphany. As someone who's played it a lot. you just do not have enough to deal with everything, and eventually they will snowball up. Especially if they score like a crypto crash, or they score with they stick the what's the newer guy, magistrate. Things go bad really quickly.
Yeah.
But maybe that's a skill issue. I'm not gonna lie. I don't have a good. I've literally lost to every epiphany I faced in tournament, and I'm a diehard crim player.
Yeah, I think a
I'm
lot
not the
of
best crim player, but I'm not the worst crim player. I'll say that.
a lot of it is the unknowns of just not
Yeah.
not like when it first came out and people were like, oh, we're gonna play
Yeah,
Epiphany. I was
they've
like,
tweaked the
what do we
decks
do
every
about
now and again, every time it's shown up as well. Like the epiphany lists have never been consistent. Like
Yeah.
some of them have more money, some of them have cohort to score 4-2s on the board. That's a different way to score rather than just Hollow Man and advancing and like tag punishment. Some of them have been regulated so that they don't have to worry about money. But yeah, I think I am very surprised to not see any epiphany. I'm very surprised to not see much in the way of flood with the market, despite me thinking that deck is very strong.
Yeah, I think the difficulty is like when I reread Flood the Market, because at first everyone told you, oh, it's just fully op for advancements. It's like, well, it's not, because you need one extra server.
The thing about
Because you don't
flood
get
the
a free
market for
one.
me is it means that your assets don't actually have to be res to do it, to score. You just have to fill the slot. And there are a
yeah.
lot of, like, typically, like, classical Acer, for example, or, like, the previous asset deck of HP, you wouldn't trash everything. You would trash the most important things and try and stall the game out and then eventually send it at centuries. That doesn't work against Flood the Market, because they don't actually have to stick their assets that much. They have 3 Cyclotron and 3 Wage Workers, or however many they feel like playing. They have they can summon a humanoid from hand with what's it called? Warm Reception, right? But like they're not that committed to actually protecting the servers that much. So what ends up happening is even if you trash things on pace, they can still score because Flood the Market just says it only cares about servers and care all in them, right? Whereas before with like MCA Authority or Wage Workers, like the Acer decks of old, it was all about picking the right asset to kill so that they couldn't score or they couldn't progress their game plan, right? And that doesn't really work. So I don't know how to beat those decks unless you have Audrey. Which
Yeah.
Is like
Well, I think the main thing is you just have to know that whenever you go into a server, whatever it is, you have to trash
You
it.
have to trash it,
Because
100%.
you're not making a decision about am I okay with them having this card?
Yeah,
You're making a decision about they can use this to flood the market.
Exactly.
So I have to take it down. Yeah.
And then the trash cost is quite high. I mean,
They can be, yeah.
they can be. I mean, they're like 3, 4, 2, 3. I guess they range between 2 and 4.
Yeah, I think they're more like around 2 and 3 now, but it's still enough. And taking down 1 a turn is just not enough.
Yep, 100%.
With 3 clicks,
Also, they don't
you
have to
can-
actually res it. It's really important to me. So they're not paying as much, especially with off-board offers. And then you can't really send it out centrals that well either because Let Them Dream is here. And Train, obviously, Melio's Choo-Choo. Means that you're really struggling to score those 7 points. I've had games where I've had 4 agendas in my score area and I still have to steal a train, and one of the trains on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah.
So I have to hit a 1-6 from HQ, whilst the game is just ending.
Yeah.
It happens quite
Yeah, I do sometimes worry about Let Them Dream, especially when I think about people playing it in PD. PD already has, so
Really
if they're
nice
playing Let Them
agendas.
Dream, there's like 15 agenda points for a runner.
And you bottom or 3.0, now there's
And that means
12.
yeah, which means you have to find over half of
Yeah.
everything, and
and
pretty rough.
Like, you get agenda suites. Also, if you're playing things like Mega Pre Qualifier, right, where the corp is almost certainly only going to win scoring 3 agendas, but
Yeah.
almost all your agendas are 1 points, except for the trains, which are very easy to protect. We know this. We have a lot of new cards, especially in HP, that protect specific agendas. Perfect Recall, I think, is maybe a card that people should experiment more with. It protects train really well.
Yeah.
Because you reveal the train, they can't steal it, and then they have to have another click and a spare click for the train still.
Yeah. And also if they just ever run HQ, they just go no train.
Yeah, you can have the
So good,
Let Them Dreams. That doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Let Them Dream needs to very cursed game because you steal like 2 or 3 of them. Stealing 1, I don't mind. I'm perfectly happy.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Maybe runners have usually found a way. I'm probably doing over nothing. But
Cool. Let's take a quick check on time.
11 minutes.
11 minutes left on the round. Let's go and grab someone else.
Yeah, I'll take
Thanks for coming and chatting.
Of course.
I'm going to go off and grab someone else, and then we'll be back very, very briefly. One of those was my first game against another one.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. I found another victim for the next 8.5 minutes while we wait for time on the round and then find out the standings. Although I have a feeling the games have already ended, so we probably kind of know the standings already.
Yeah.
But I'm joined here by Motion Blur.
Hi.
You had a good day today. Won some games.
Went 6-2.
6-2, very nice. Yeah, I think the same as
Yeah.
Mahir. Or Mahir was
He's
6-1-1.
He lost one game and drew one.
Yeah. How did you find it, and what were you playing today?
I was playing Melias and Zaya. My Melias went undefeated, which is pretty good.
Very
Zaya
nice.
went 2-2. But, yeah, fun
And
times.
what kind of melees were you playing? What's the secret sauce? Or
you've
is there
got
not
your-
secret sauce?
It's Mioshu basically.
Oh, okay.
You've got the Skunkworks and Void, and you've got Seamless Sears Acosta. So you try and stick Acosta Charlotte, get your money up, then just chain out agendas. You can Seamless and use Costa to score the Mioshu, so you get your basic third agenda.
Yeah. And what's your agenda suite? Is it are you playing some Mioshu on a 5-3 or on a 3-2?
You've got 2 send a message,
Yeah.
and then 3 popular negation, 3 sericultures, and longevity spirit. So it's a
Okay.
bit of a mix of stuff.
Yeah.
Because you can usually put a good ice on archives to try and populate them into. And then sericultures
Yes.
can get the echo advancement, which can help restore Mioshu.
Yeah, it makes sense. I forget that Proprio Negation has text
Yeah.
more than just end the run.
Yeah.
And the question I asked Mahir, and I'll ask you as well, is what has today influenced your mind about what the meta might look like in the future at all? Any surprises
Yeah,
or?
I think this is where, like I said, a lot of people are playing it, and it's a really good runner. I didn't play against it today, so.
You dodged,
Yeah, I dodged it.
6, I think
Yeah.
6 Seb players.
Yeah, I played against 2 lose, and just Milia's quite good into that, I think.
Yeah. Being able to have the ice just to say you're not getting in
Yeah.
easily. But yeah, so you think Seb is going to be running around a bit
One of the
more?
best runners, yeah.
You think we're going to see? I'm trying to think. What's a recent runner that was so dominant because there was a time when like Hashiko Mulch was like half the tournament.
Yeah, it
Um,
might become that, but
Yeah, I guess at least it has a little bit more of a skill ceiling.
yeah, it
So-
looks a lot more complicated to play. Like people have said, "Oh, I'm not playing Seb today because it's just too complicated to play." I was playing Lee.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think maybe it's not quite to the extent of Arasana, but maybe has the same skill threshold where it's like if you put in the time and you're willing to like drain your brain throughout the tournament, then you will get rewarded for learning it, pushing it, and like putting that mental test on yourself. But
Yeah.
then at the same time, if you're playing a complicated corp as well, like say you're playing Ayuko,
Yeah.
you'll just get to a point where you're going to slip a trigger, you're going to miss something, you're going to have a game loss at some point, and
Yeah.
so all the extra hours would be not quite worth it.
Yeah.
And about your Zaya deck, it was one I was interested in seeing. What was
Basically just my Reg Sable deck, but in Zaya.
Okay.
I've cut the Clean Getaways. I've cut some of the event econ. I've switched off Mystic Nome to Paladin. So it's sort of less like you've got the jailbreaks in there for Zaya, you're focusing on getting multi-access rather than just running a lot. But it plays just like Red Crone basically.
what other multi-access do you have in
You've
there?
got Twinning and Wake.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah.
And one of the new cards, Baker, as a way to move the server. Okay, not tried it yet. I heard someone else who was very excited, and they were like, "I really think this could be a thing," but there's just
People
a.
just ice archives and it's not that.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the idea is that it's a cheap way in,
Yeah.
or in fact, actually, you can.
And it's the program, isn't it? So you need, is it a program?
I think it might be a
You
program.
need the MU to support it.
Yeah. So one of the suggested lines was in Shaper, you can use it to deep dive,
Yeah, you can just,
where you can ignore R&D where they've obviously iced it more because you're a Shaper, and you go, cool, I run HQ, I run Archives twice,
Yeah.
moving one over.
that seems interesting, but I haven't seen a deck which, like, the thing I'm most surprised about this new meta, deep dive isn't as powerful as people thought. I haven't seen that many deep dive winning games. Like,
Yeah.
But I think
Yeah.
there's probably a deck out there which does, but I don't know.
But not like the Sable decks where they were like, we've completely given up playing Sable. We're
Yeah.
basically just playing anything that lets us deep dive as fast as possible, as soon as possible, without having to do anything about any ice.
Yeah.
And just go, cool, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And are you joining for future tournaments coming up, like the Reading tournament?
I'm going to Reading, yeah.
Nice.
I think that's my last district I'm going to, but then planning to go to the mega cities.
Very nice. How do the mega cities work? I ask as stream might not know, and also I don't know, so this way I can ask as if I don't know.
I'm not sure, they basically just seem to be districts, but some of them are over 2 days, so I don't
Okay. So, and do you
know. They're just
know,
slightly bigger.
do we
There'll
have
be
any
a cup.
confirmed locations or anything? Or
Reading will be in the same place.
so it will be Reading.
It's Reading, I'm not sure, there's Cambridge, I think, and Bristol.
Okay.
But I'm not, Cambridge might be somewhere like around, like,
And
East
so-
Anglia.
And so there's 3 mega cities,
Yeah.
but they're not like, it's not like regions that cover a zone.
No, like
So
they're
Reading
very
is not
similar.
like a London.
I think there was a choice of doing Reading or London. Reading.
Yeah, I guess it would be like for Brighton, London, and Reading. How do those players get together? Maybe Aldershot as well.
Yeah, I don't think they're
Yeah.
really like given out like that. But
Yeah.
like there should be more northern, but they're all in the south. So,
Yeah, I mean, it's just a reason to play more Netrunner, so
Yeah.
we can't complain. And some 2-day tournaments sounds good. Yeah. How did you feel about not having a cut today?
I think it's bad. I think we need cuts. Like it's weird not having a cut.
Yeah, it feels like we might have a bit of
It's a
a
consequence of
fizzles out at the end.
single side Swiss and like tournaments not going as well. I don't know. Like, it's nice to play more games, but 8 rounds of single Swiss is 4 rounds of double side Swiss, which would be a normal tournament and then a cut. So
That's
it feels
true,
like we're playing
yeah.
less games, but
Yeah, I wonder if dropping it
yeah.
might be better. So if it was, I don't know, how many rounds of single side? Would it be 6 rounds and then you do a top 4?
Like
That would take the same amount of time. So you'd have to
something
have
about this
the.
size might be either 5 rounds top 4 or 4 rounds top 4, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I think like 5 rounds top 4 was like the ideal like length before.
Yeah, I guess the difficulty with 5 rounds is then you have uneven corp runner splits?
No, I mean like double side Swiss.
Oh, right.
If you were doing single side Swiss, you'd probably play, I don't know. Probably
Because we've
6
done
rounds,
8 rounds
yeah.
today, yeah. So I feel like it has to be
If they were
less
doing a
than
cut
this.
with single side Swiss, you'd play 6 rounds probably.
Yeah.
Which means you don't play that many games. Maybe not having cut is better, but
Yeah, although I don't know, 6 games of Netrunner is still good.
that's 3 rounds of double-sided Swiss. That's actually like a small GNK.
Yeah, but the thing about single side,
Traveling to play 6 games in Netrunner doesn't feel that good.
that's true. Yeah, I say this as someone who it's very easy for me to get here.
Like, it's easy for me. But
Easy
for a lot of
because
people,
you're-
like, oh, I've seen people say, "Oh, if it's only about, I won't bother." Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a difficult problem.
Yeah.
My suggestion to some of the people playing on the stream table earlier was, what we should do is you do 8 rounds of single-sided Swiss, then you take the top 4, top of Swiss plays the multiplayer Corp ID, and the other 3 play their runner decks against it, and then we have a giant game that everyone watches, and it's just it's not for who wins.
That'd be funny,
Top of
yeah.
Swiss has already won. It's just you do
A
something
way
for
to do
the
something to finish off the
yeah,
tournament.
something to
Yeah.
finish off as the finale, and something for people to
That'd be
go,
really funny.
I will stay around to watch this because it's
Yeah.
vaguely interesting.
Yeah.
Whereas I think a lot of people, having been doing the stream, a lot of people will get to the end and go, this has been fun, I'm going to go off to the pub now.
Yeah, and I think that was the problem with cuts to some extent, that people just didn't stick around for them. You ended up with it to show everyone else at the pub. You were just
Yeah.
getting the games out. But I don't know.
That's true. Let's do a little time check. It is time. So we should be finding out pretty imminently. Let's just switch over to the browser view here. Is this the final results?
Yeah, that's kind of
The
sad.
final results. So we have winning today. Let's zoom in for that. Maybe not that much. We have Bosley, who retains the London meetup group bell. Although technically he should have lost it for an online tournament, but whether online tournaments count
Online
is
tournaments don't
undecided.
count for the bell.
But he did come top 4 at Worlds.
Yeah.
Then followed up by another London meta player, Mihir, who went, I think he's saying undefeated with Az. He didn't lose
He
with
drew.
Az.
Yeah, he got 3 wins in a draw.
And then yourself in 3rd, so
Yeah.
congratulations, well done. And then in 4th we have Not Yeti. So amongst that top, we've got a pretty good distribution. 2 Sebs, an Az and a Zaya, so not Shaper's Day.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say not MBN's Day because there was only one in the entire tournament, and it obviously did quite a good job considering it was
Yeah.
Nebula. So pretty good split otherwise. And you know, there's more Malayas, but
Yeah.
it's also new and people want to try out the new stuff.
I think it's a pretty strong ID. Like, it's going to be the default Jinteki ID.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if people go back to Alco.
Yeah, I
People have like, gone off it.
I
But
feel like the
think
Malayas,
that's just 'cause
it's
it's not a
kind
new
of
club.
crazy that
yeah.
for Malayas to just come along and nothing got nerfed on Aoko.
No, well, no. Yeah.
Nothing got taken away. All right, we're going to the final announcement. This is round 8.
Like so. We have 25 players and prizes for 24 players. So, for the 25th player, we've arranged a special last-minute emergency prize. If you'd like to come and claim your Movirus and guaranteed foil Ricky Martin trading card game. Kevin will be getting out the prizes, so if you're within arm's reach, you can grab them. Otherwise, I got you. All right, so
I could.
So-
Although, I think maybe those last round results might have gotten recorded wrong
oh,
because I was playing somebody who was also on a 0-0 record and I won the final round. Question mark? But yeah.
I will not wait. What's right? Is everybody chill with their results? Is everybody kind of happy with where they're at? Like,
I think your opponent had a buy
if anyone would like to demand a recount, please.
I did have a
No one's on 0 point. No one's on 0 point.
Who were you against in the final round?
You said you had one
I
on you.
had a buy.
You had a buy. But
But I also had a buy and won.
Do you have plus private?
Yeah.
Ah, all right, cool.
Cool.
But,
Wait,
but I had a win. I had a win in the final round.
Okay.
I also.
You're just joining for the final results based round, and then we'll find out the final results for everyone.
I think it's because
Hopefully, it's not too loud,
no,
but
it's because you got to
we're
buy
pushing the
first
limits here
round.
with the game.
You scored because we entered you in late. That's a weird.
So it was the first round, the win and the buy, and then I had worse parents. Okay, cool. Alright. This guy.
I'm just joking. So anyway, like we have 9th to 24th, you will be getting a somebody else. Fully operational. Yeah, there we go. So that is going upwards. Rad Andro, CJ Cauliflower, Ali FLX, Evie, Angel Bird, Cobra Bubbles, Keely, Slightly Odd, Nikki 3.0, Knight from Chess, Diamond Deluxe, FXP, Del Bulb, Ella Blumeyer, Dungeon MXter, and OX7F. Please come and get your fully ops.
It's not you guys' fault.
My bag. Where did I put that? Oh.
I'll trade you another set for the trip. I absolutely want it. You don't want the Ricky Martin?
I will be very
This is sick. This is the greatest day of our fucking life. This is better than the wedding.
In 8th place, we have Frodan. In 7th place, we have Tanzan. You will also be getting a copy of the other one, whatever it is. In 6th place, Firefly. I remember the prizes, but matter. 6th place, Firefly. In 5th place, we have Not Yeti. In 4th place, New Puldrix. In 3rd place, Motion Blur. In 2nd place, Balsley. Woo! At this point, I'm actually going to remember to give you your hats as well. So let's see. Okay. So close. This is the professional. I'm sorry. You're tired. We're all here. And then first place winning a scrounge mat, a buy and a circuit breaker invite, and most importantly, Martin.
Going to be a bit fucked up.
Yeah,
We'll figure it out.
We'll work it out.
on the Discord.
Couple more things. So, firstly, we have a raffle sorted out. We have 5 prizes to win, so we'll just pick 5 random numbers while things are happening.
Roll the FPS down to 9th and roll the block down to 25th.
I already have.
Alright.
Oh, you already got them as well? Okay.
I mean, it's also easy for us as well. Has anyone not got fully operational yet?
Yeah, get a block.
Anyone should have a raindrops and not got a raindrops.
Oh, I thought we were going to make it.
Who was 9?
One of those is TO copy.
No, I think these are
9.0x7F. Oh, that's me.
like raindrops. Okay, 10.
Okay, that's fine. Just need some. You've done a great job today. Okay, so we've drawn some random numbers. Before we do the random numbers, let's talk politics. So there has been an election, and our top scoring player from the Londwich area is Frydan. There has been an incursion by a non-Londwich player. I think there's been some sort of coup. Did someone reveal a card?
You haven't.
Oh no! Pete Ross has a captain card on him. That means he's ready to steal this entire election. Is there anything anyone can do? Oh my god! Brandon was the ambassador. It's been blocked. Brandon. Not yet he had a contessa, so we were prepared for any eventuality.
If I want
Raffle numbers, if you would.
So 7.
Who came seventh? Townsend. Okay, congratulations. You win an Alco. This one. Okay, there you go. Next number.
25.
25. That's Glenn. You win an Alco. Next one, please.
1.
1. You win a virus.
Oh, no.
I want my own card.
10
10.
is Maxter. You win a virus. Last but not least.
19.
19. You win Cobra Bubbles. You win a Class Act. And that is all the prizes we have today. Thank you very much for being the Brotherhood Games. It's been great. Really lots of fun. This is going to be definitely going to use it again. If you have time, leave them a Google review. If you would like more pizza and haven't put it in order, talk to me later. That's the thing I can do for you. And yeah, thank you all for coming. Hope to see you next thing.
Thank you, Nick.
This time I didn't cheat.
Oh, Kevin will be taking you.
That is the final announcement for the London Regionals. So it's been good fun. Thank you all for joining. I'm going to clip all these up separately, get them up on YouTube so you can watch them separately and catch them back later. See them back, run them back, think about them. What would you do differently? What would you do the same? And I will see you all in a week's time at the Reading Regional, which happens next week, Saturday, at something like 11 a.m. UTC. I will figure that out later, but we'll be back doing another stream. Very similar format, very similar way of doing things. But maybe there'll be a cup, who knows? We'll find out later. But thanks all for stopping by. Please do subscribe. Please give it some likes so it feels great. Unfortunately, actually you did, but you can either scroll back and watch it all back, or you can wait for some videos to come out. They will probably not be out until after the Reading region. Yeah, super toxic, but you know, sometimes Netrunner players are too nice, so we gotta be toxic. It's been great all. See you around. Bye.